Today, the United States military continues to carry out large-scale combat operations in Iran to eliminate the grave threats posed to America by this terrible terrorist regime.
الان مترو رد میشم به این چیه اونجا چیه ولی دیگه از این ما اگر ویدیو خوبی داریم.
Well, most of the people we had in mind are dead. So, we had some in mind from that group that is dead. And now we have another group, they may be dead also, based on reports. So I guess you have a third wave coming in. Pretty soon we're not going to know anybody.
The kind of bombing going on in Tehran and the kind of retaliation by Iran, I think we should wait and watch for at least 3-4 days. Mustafa has now taken over as the new supreme commander, almost in lines of his father in his thinking, and a person who has lost his father, mother, wife, daughter, everyone in this entire bombing there. And he had been appointed as the supreme commander, who himself was once responsible for Basij, and also the IRGC is committed to him. In that context, much of diplomacy may not really work now. And with this, the kind of bombing going on in Tehran and the kind of retaliation by Iran, I think we should wait and watch for at least 3-4 days before either does Iran capitulate, which again may be difficult, but not totally ruled out, primarily because Iran is now on its end of its resources. They are on commercial drones, small drones, big drones. The number of missiles have reduced much. Anybody might say they've kept some as reserves. I don't think so. Iran has shot whatever it had and may have kept about 10-15%, but that's not likely to cause very huge difference, one. Second, some earthquake kind of a thing being noticed 10 kilometers down. One doesn't really know what that earthquake actually involves. Is it a nuclear testing done by Iran? Yet someone says that they may go in for a hypersonic missiles, things of those kind. Very difficult at this point of time because the Americans and the Israelis have not gone to war with closed eyes. They know exactly what the capabilities of Iran were, though Iran may have surprised by the resilience and by the retaliation. Notwithstanding, I think Iran, as long as that, if it had confined itself only to bombing or shelling of the US bases, the 19 of them in West Asia, it would still have been accepted because you're bound to, because if you're at war, you can expect that retaliation. But since Iran has expanded its bombardment, missiles, drones on commercial assets of Kuwait, or Dubai, or Bahrain, or Qatar, is indicative that now a divide between the Arabs and the Persians would grow wide. Earlier, it was expected that the entire community might get together and fight the Israelis and fight the Americans, but it doesn't seem so now. There's a divide. And therefore, the kind of infrastructure of Iran in total stress, whether it is on electronic warfare, cyber warfare, all of its kind, and much of its missiles and drones aren't making the impact that they were supposed to, primarily, again, because it's very difficult to keep a control of the command. But my guess would be, let's wait for at least about 3-4 days, and maybe we would be able to come with, the Americans are prepared for a long drawn war, but the Iranians may not be able to take on that unless the expectation of change of regime, the change of regime is almost ruled out because it's the same regime, same thinking, same ideology. So the change may not come unless people themselves come out and revolt, which again seems the country is on a 40 days mourning for their religious head who controlled them for almost 36 years, and his son alone has now taken over. So expect for well, if they do not capitulate, then a long drawn war. But then, since Mustafa has taken over, tighten your belts and be ready. And if you want peace, be prepared for a nasty, expensive, destructive war. And sooner or later, Iran obviously have to lose, but it's better that they, going on a negotiating table, diplomacy, dialogue. If Iran wants it, can still be done. But if they don't want it, difficult. But then we'll have to wait and watch. Can't really say how long. But maybe 4 to 5 weeks at the most. But within a week, we will know how long.
Viewers, now as the war wages on in West Asia, China is all set to send a special envoy to West Asia for mediation. Now this comes as Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi spoke with the Saudi Arabian and UAE counterparts. Take a look at this report.
Day 5 of West Asia War. Casualties increasing by the day. World leaders, stakeholders huddling and holding phone calls to help reach an end to the endless war in West Asia. China is also weighing its options. For now, sending its envoy to Middle East for mediation. Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi held a phone call with Saudi Arabian and UAE counterparts. In the talks, China hailed restraint shown by Saudi Arabia, urging everyone to engage in peaceful dialogue. China earlier took a position on the West Asia war, condemning the joint strikes by US and Israel as blatant, called the incitement to regime change as unacceptable. China also called for immediate ceasefire and requested to return to the negotiating table to prevent the war from expanding. With many countries engaging to find a headway, the stakes were never higher than this since World War II.
Viewers, now in the middle of any war, the most amount of damage is always taken by the civilians. The civilians near targeted zones in Erbil, Baghdad and other areas describe their terrifying ordeals. Homes shaking violently from explosions, glass shattered everywhere. In fact, thick smoke and the smell of gunpowder and the constant fear of one more strike. One victim captured the devastation simply saying, "All I see are broken windows." A poignant symbol of how lives upend by a war, with windows blown out by blasts and waves from nearby hits on bases hosting US forces. This comes after Iran launched retaliatory missiles and drone attacks across West Asia, including US military sites in Iraq. Take a look.
براسي إحساس قرص يعني بابتي مادية كنيا بابتي أوي كأتو سفري لك هدية أو كارثة الرودة لوي كتو لكوتي كارثة شي قرصي.
So when it first happened, like I just look over and I just see like glass, like our windows broken, and I go outside to like the living room and I just see like all the windows are broken and I hear like yelling outside. So I go outside and I just see like people, like a bunch of people.
براسي إحساس شي قرص يعني بابتي مادية كنيا بابتي أوي كأتو سفري لك هدية أو كارثة الرودة لوي كتو لكوتي كارثة شي قرصي أو زنقي كهيز دا صلاة نا تدابت بالسي نا لانين نا هوكارين هذا بازي بعد شتێک دەدەین کە ئێمە نەمان کردی.
Then like I just look over and I just like glass, like all windows broken. And I go outside to like the living room and I just like all the windows are broken. And I hear like yelling. So when it first happened, like I just look over and I just see like glass, like all windows broken. And I go outside to like the living room and I just see like all the windows are broken. And I hear like yelling outside. So I go outside and I just see like people, like a bunch of people. Later I found out there was a drone right there and it was caught in the power lines. So that's why like the explosion wasn't as bad as it could have been. Like it could have been worse. 2:45 a.m. to one of the loudest things I've ever heard of in my life. It was an explosion. And so I quickly jump up and I woke up around 2:45 a.m. to one of the loudest bangs I've ever heard of in my life. It was an explosion. And so I quickly jump up and I see like all my windows are broken. And so then I go outside and I just see like a bunch of people, like 20, 30 men, soldiers, who are just, you know, looking for something. I don't know what it is. I think they were looking for the drone.
Viewers, getting in a fresh breaking development. Now the Indian authorities have said that there is no shortage of oil supplies in India and that India is completely well stocked and there is no increase in consumer prices either seen in India. In fact, India has also said that we are diversifying to non-Hormuz sources for procurement of oil barrels. At least 50 days of stocks is full with India. That's the latest statement that we're getting in. Now remember, India witnessed a vulnerability in terms of its crude reserves following the breakout of the war in the Gulf region. However, now top sources have revealed that there is no shortage of oil supply to India. In fact, at present, they have said that we have the crude to sustain us for the next 50 days. In fact, joining us on the broadcast is our senior editor Abhishek Kapoor, who will get us more details on the matter. Abhishek, speak to us about the recent revelation that's been made by our top sources. Now, this also comes at a time when India is resuming its oil supply from Russia. Abhishek.
Well, yes, the government, we spoke to sources in the government, and the information that comes out is that there is active work going on to make sure that the Hormuz disruption and the force majeure that has been affected by commercial entities, obviously because of the ongoing war situation, does not affect the standing supplies and India's energy security. So as of now, for example, we have stocks of 25 days of crude and 25 days of crude products, petroleum products, which includes petrol, diesel, gas, among others. So all that is there for 50 days taken together. And replenishments are happening to make sure that this supply does not go down, that the storage does not go down, that the availability does not go down, that window of 50 days does not go down. And to that extent, for example, Prime Minister himself has spoken to the heads of governments in the Gulf region and all these Gulf countries, the Minister of Petroleum, the Commerce Minister, the External Affairs Minister. Everyone is coming together with a whole of government approach to make sure that India's energy supply chains are not disrupted. Even the oil marketing companies are directly talking to their interlocutors and counterparts and stakeholders. So, for example, these big world suppliers of energy in the private domain, even in the government sector, so be it ADNOC, for example, in the public sector from the Gulf, or Total Energy, for example, in the private sector from Europe. All those stakeholders are being involved and talked to. Even non-Hormuz sources are being tapped. Remember, we continue to buy about 1 million barrels per day of crude from Russia. And in the given circumstance, even that can be looked into, is what our sources telling us, that there is no harm, given the kind of disruptions that are happening, to diversify our sources, including Venezuela. Why not India? In fact, India has tremendous amount of refining capacity, and even if Venezuela crude comes, that's welcome, and the talks are going on in that direction also. So by taken together, I think between all the assurances that our Prime Minister has got from the respective heads of government and all these stakeholders coming in and talking to their respective counterparts, India seems to be in a good shape, and there is no worry whatsoever, is what the sources tell us, of the disruptions affecting supplies in a manner that could lead to a spike in prices, not at the consumer end, be it petrol or gas. The cylinder supplies are taken care of, the CGD or the city gas distribution is taken care of, and whatever disruptions are happening, the diversification of the supply chains on which the government is working aggressively would take care of those disruptions.
Right, Abhishek, thanks very much for getting us those details. In fact, viewers, we're quickly slipping into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. Now, the IRGC has claimed to have shot down a US oil tanker in the Persian Gulf, and we're getting you all the details on that right after this short commercial break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट? स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Indian Ocean region, if you see the region right now, it is becoming a place of contestation. How you view the increasing maritime contestation?
21st century is going to be Indian Ocean century. We have to be ready to deal with situations across the spectrum with our extensive maritime domain awareness and our reach and sustainability. And if we were to call to do certain things in any level of spectrum, we are ready to do that.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला। चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj, and India has now declared that it has enough and more oil reserves as the Strait of Hormuz remains dependent on the fate of the war that's ongoing in West Asia. We're getting you all the details on that story, but first here are headlines. Take a look.
Absolutely, we prefer the peace. And unfortunately, they showed open hostility. This is very important.
Iranian ambassador speaks exclusively to Republic, accuses the US and Israel of preferring war over peace. IRGC claims to have struck US oil tanker near the northern Persian Gulf. Iran threatens to target Israel's Dimona nuclear reactor if US and Israel seek to change regime in Iran. Iran says the US and Israel miscalculated Iranian claims to have inflicted very serious damage. War reaches the Indian Ocean. US torpedoes Iranian ship off the Sri Lankan coast in the Indian Ocean. Nitish Kumar confirms Rajya Sabha entry, files nomination papers while being accompanied by Home Minister Amit Shah and BJP Chief Nitin Nabin. Viewers, now an Iranian ship near Sri Lanka has requested for an urgent port call, and this as per the Sri Lankan MP Namal Rajpaksa on Thursday. Now this urgent request from the Iranian naval vessel comes a day after Iris Dena was sunk and torpedoed by a US submarine. The Sri Lankan MP statement comes after Media Minister Nalinda Jayatissa said a second Iranian warship was just outside the Sri Lankan waters but gave no further details. Now in fact, on the 4th of March, March, which was yesterday, a US submarine sank and torpedoed Iris Dana, an Iran frigate. The warship was in Sri Lankan waters in the Indian Ocean after returning home from a military exercise in India's Visakhapatnam. The US Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth confirmed the US attack and stated that the destruction of the warship was a huge win for Washington. And now what we're learning so far, after one US ship torpedoed an Iranian frigate, another one is now in the waters of Sri Lanka. This happened in Indian Ocean yesterday, and just today an urgent port call has been received by the Sri Lankan authorities. This has been revealed by Sri Lankan MP Namal Rajapaksa, that another Iranian frigate has made an urgent port call with the Sri Lankan Navy. This urgent request from the Iranian naval vessel comes just a day after Iris Dana was sunk and torpedoed by a US submarine. The Sri Lankan MP statement comes after Media Minister Nalinda Jayatissa said a second Iranian warship was just outside the Sri Lankan waters, but refused to give any further details. Now, viewers remember just yesterday, a US submarine sank and torpedoed Iris Dana, an Iranian frigate. The warship was in Sri Lankan waters in the Indian Ocean after returning from a military exercise that was ongoing in India's Visakhapatnam. In fact, US's Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth confirmed the US attack and also stated that the destruction of the warship was a huge win for Washington. That's the latest that we're learning right now. Just yesterday, the war entered the Indian Ocean when one Iranian frigate was shot down by the US Navy. In fact, it was torpedoed by the US Navy submarine. And now today, another Iranian ship near Sri Lanka has requested for an urgent port call, keeping in mind the port's safety and US's strikes in the Indian Ocean waters. Now, the Sri Lankan MP Namal Rajapaksa revealed on Thursday, which is today, that another urgent port call was made by the Iranian Navy. This urgent request from the Iranian naval vessel comes just a day after Iris Dana was sunk and torpedoed by a US submarine. Viewers, shifting focus and looking at another facet of the war altogether. Now, German Foreign Minister said that there is no international appetite for negotiations with Iran unless it abandons its current hostile behavior. This comes in full synchronization with President Donald Trump's statement also, where he mentioned that there was no space for dialogue with Iran given its hostilities. In fact, now Germany has also stepped up its attack against Iran. The German Foreign Minister said that there is absolutely no international appetite for any negotiations with Iran unless Tehran abandons its current hostile behavior. And by hostile, they also mean the striking and attacking of neighboring countries, including UAE, Tehran, including UAE, Bahrain, and also Jordan. With the West now coming to fore at the war that's ongoing in West Asia, Germany has also broken its silence. The German Foreign Minister said that there was no space for a dialogue-based negotiation with Tehran unless it abandons its current hostile behavior. This also comes in full sync of President Donald Trump's statement earlier, where he said that Iran and US have no space for verbal negotiations and that the war from Iran's side has snowballed to a point that leaves no space for any sort of negotiation. And that's the same bugle that's being sounded by the German Foreign Minister, where he said that there's no international appetite for any amount of negotiation with Iran. And one condition has also been given, that it can only take place after Iran abandons its current hostile behavior of striking not just the enemy that Iran is at war with, but also the neighboring regions and the neighboring countries in the Gulf region. Now remember, the entire Gulf is at the brink of being pulled into this war, with countries like Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and even UAE, Jordan, and Bahrain being under Iranian wrath. And now we're also eyeing at Western countries being pulled into the war. Now, viewers, during a Senate Armed Services Subcommittee hearing yesterday, the U.S. Marine veteran Brian McGiffin, wearing a full dress uniform and running as a Green Party Senate candidate in North California, interrupted proceedings to protest America's involvement in Israel's war with Iran. He was immediately tackled by the Capitol Police, after which Senator Tim Sheehy physically intervened to help remove him, allegedly breaking McGiffin's hand in the process. Sheehy later tweeted that he was simply assisting police with an unhinged protester and showed no signs of remorse. Take a look at what unfolded.
What's the fight for Israel? His hand, his hand. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. His hand. Okay. All right. Sir. Let go of your hand. Let go of the door. Let go of the door.
For Israel, your inability to name that shows your exemptness as leaders. This is wrong. And nobody wants to fight for Israel. For Israel!
His hand.
For Israel!
His hand. Oh! His hand!
Oh my God. Israel is the reason for this war. America does not want to fight this war for Israel.
Let's go. Come on, let's go.
America does not want to send its sons and daughters to war for Israel. Your inability to name that shows your exemptness as leaders. This is wrong. And nobody wants to fight for Israel.
A reminder to all our
Commandant, please stand up as a Marine and stand up for America. No one wants to fight for Israel. Wants to fight for Israel. His hand. Oh my God. No one wants to fight for Israel!
His hand. Oh! His hand!
Let go of your hand. Let go of the door. Let go of the door.
The senator broke his hand. A sitting U.S. senator just broke the hand of a Marine.
Sir.
Control your Senate.
Arms stuck in the door. Okay, sir.
Broke the hand of a Marine. You're a coward. Punk. Yeah, go fuck yourself. What do you say? Senator? Go fuck yourself. You were a shit seal. That's why you got kicked out.
Everybody sit down, please. Sit down, please. Everybody sit down, please. Everybody sit down, please.
For Israel, your inability to name that shows your exemptness as leaders.
Dressed in a full Marine Corps uniform, Brian McGiffin is a veteran U.S. Marine. He is also a Green Party candidate running for Senate in North Carolina. During the Senate Armed Services hearing, McGiffin protested against America's involvement in Israel's war with Iran. Tim Sheehy, the senator from Montana, who is being accused of breaking the veteran's hand, tweeted that the Capitol Police were attempting to remove an unhinged protester from the Armed Services hearing. It is after this that he decided to help out and de-escalate the situation. Tim Sheehy has shown no remorse for his actions.
Breaking development. Now, that is India's Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri on your screens, who is viewers, that on your screens are the visuals. Now, Indian Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri is now signing a condolence message for Khamenei. Now, this comes after a long building pressure was being built up on India over its response on Khamenei's killing. In fact, joining me on the broadcast is our senior editor, Shravan Sen, to get us more details into what's happening as India now finally takes its stand and the Foreign Secretary, Vikram Misri, stands there to sign the condolence message for Khamenei. He's meeting the Iranian envoy and he's sending India's condolence message. India's message now loud and clear that India does not stand for any sort of violence. In fact, joining me on the phone line is our editor, Shravan Sen, to get us more updates into the matter. Shravan.
Well, in fact, this comes after the Prime Minister's strong statement that came in this morning during the bilateral with the Finnish president. In fact, this is what the Prime Minister had to say, that there could be no resolution in a military conflict. Following which you have Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri signing the condolence book at the Iranian embassy. This after the Deputy Foreign Minister, we are given to understand, is currently in the national capital, with whom we spoke earlier today, where he's largely spoken about the fact that how United States of America has unilaterally Iran, this despite the talks that were basically going on. As far as India's position is concerned, remember, we've walked the tightrope at this point in time, where we have largely spoken about the fact that it is time for de-escalation. That is the messaging that has been done by Foreign Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar when he spoke to his counterpart in Iran as well as in Israel. Now you have these images coming in of the Foreign Secretary who's arrived at the Iranian embassy, where he's met the Iranian ambassador as well as the Deputy Foreign Minister, and he's sent across a message from India. So that's the positioning that has been done by India at this stage, where India has condoled the death of Ayatollah Khamenei. And in fact, this is the first strong statement that has come in from the Prime Minister with regards to the ongoing conflict, which is only widening. This comes just a day after, where we have seen almost the war reaching our doorsteps, with an Iranian ship being targeted by a U.S. submarine. In fact, questions were also being raised about India's position on this entire matter. Now you have this imagery that is coming up with the Foreign Secretary signing the condolence book in the Iranian embassy in the national capital. So largely, if you see the messaging that has been done by India's, walking the tightrope, because we have strategic interests also currently in Iran. With the Strait of Hormuz being shut, remember, it is also going to have a direct impact as far as our oil supply is concerned. While government sources have been indicating that there is enough reserve to last, and the fact that there are alternatives that are basically available, but in the longer run, with the Strait of Hormuz being shut, remember, there is also going to be a direct ramification as far as our oil supplies are concerned. So for keeping that in mind, there are strategic interests that we have at this stage, while the Prime Minister, when he makes the statement about de-escalation and the fact that dialogue is the only way and no solution can be found through a military conflict, it is a clear indication of where we stand at this point in time.
Right, Shravan, thanks very much for getting that detail in for us. In fact, viewers, take a look at your screens. This is India's Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri signing a condolence document for the death and the killing of Iran's Supreme Leader Khamenei. Now, this is also happening as he meets the Iranian envoy, and it's happening in New Delhi. This is India's first official condolence towards the death of Iran's Supreme Leader Khamenei. Now remember, viewers, India's Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri, in his first official statement, has signed the condolence document over the killing of Iran's Supreme Leader Khamenei. In fact, our senior editor, Shravan Sen, continues being with us on the matter. Shravan, also speak to us about the delay. You know, we spoke about how India is, of course, looking after its national interest. India also believes in the policy of, solving things through dialogue and not war. But also speak to us about, why was India's response late? In fact, Republic exclusively also spoke to the Iranian ambassador. Shravan Sen will join me on the broadcast very soon. But let's take a look at what he had to say on the matter first.
So what do you want to say about the current situation which is unfolding in Iran?
The current situation, you know that all the institution, all state institution and public services moving forward in normal and legal way. And you know that we are due to our constitutions. We believe that according to our constitution we can do well, and despite of now we are in condition, war condition, and we are facing with foreign pressure. You can see and you can observe in Iran the public service and institution continue their work very well.
So the vessel, Iranian vessel, was struck by the US submarine near the Sri Lanka. So what do you want to say about that?
This is very bad news and sad news. We are under process, and we want to follow this case, and our relevant institutions now are investigate what's happened, what was the reason for this happened. But very bad news and very sad news. Yeah.
So Donald Trump claimed that the war will be end in 4 weeks. Now he's claiming that it will end in 2 weeks.
Donald Trump, I think that's changed every day and every hour his stance. This is very important for and unfortunately they disturb and destroyed all the international norms and all international law.
So what do you want to say that by what time can Iran sustain in this war?
For what?
How much time Iran will?
This is up to other side. But we announced several times, you can start, but the duration with Iran, the end of the war with Iran, they can, because before that we said that we are ready for peace and war, but absolutely we prefer the peace, and we re-entered the table negotiation. Yes, and in spite of that we be fully aware about the intention, but for taking away any excuse from them, we demonstrate our sincerity. And unfortunately, they showed open hostility. This is very important.
Focus to another breaking development that we're tracking now. Iran has asked Sri Lanka to repatriate bodies of sailors who were killed in the warship attack. Iran has informed Sri Lanka that it wishes to repatriate the bodies of its sailors who died when an Iranian naval vessel sank following a torpedo strike by a US submarine in the Indian Ocean region near Sri Lanka just yesterday. The Deputy Health Minister Hansanga has said nearly 90 bodies were recovered from the incident, and they have been brought to the Karapitiya National Hospital in Sri Lanka. In the latest that we're learning now, after an Iranian naval vessel today also sounded the bugle for a port call, an urgent port call with Sri Lanka, now Iran has asked Sri Lanka to repatriate the bodies of sailors who were killed in a warship attack yesterday. Now remember, yesterday a US naval submarine struck an Iranian frigate with a torpedo, killing at least what seems to be 90 Iranian soldiers. Now Iran has also informed Sri Lanka that it wishes to repatriate the bodies of its sailors who died when the Iranian naval vessel sank following the torpedo attack from the US submarine in the Indian Ocean near Sri Lanka. Now, the Deputy Health Minister of Sri Lanka, Hansanga, has said that nearly 90 bodies were recovered from the incident, and they've been brought to the Karapitiya National Hospital in Sri Lanka. Now, the tensions have not doused down at all. In fact, today also Iran made another urgent port call with Sri Lanka, much like the one that was made yesterday, moments after which the Iranian frigate was shot down by a US submarine torpedo. Now, this time around, Iran has asked Sri Lanka to repatriate the bodies of the slain soldiers, the sailors that were killed in the warship attack from yesterday. Iran has come forward to inform Sri Lanka that it wishes to repatriate the bodies of its sailors who died atop the frigate that was hit by a US torpedo in the Indian Ocean region close to the Sri Lankan port. In fact, remember today also, keeping in mind the US and the Israeli threat in the Indian Ocean, a frigate of the Iranian military returning from an exercise in India's Visakhapatnam also made an urgent port call with the Sri Lankan Navy. Viewers, now with the war tensions intensifying in West Asia, a lot of airstrikes are being carried out by US, Iran and Israel simultaneously. In fact, we're also looking at 10 of the most defining visuals of this entire war as the war in West Asia enters its day 6. On your screens right now is the first visual that we're seeing of an Iranian drone that falls near an airport facility. Now, this also debunks Iran's claim that they have only been after US military bases and Israeli military installments in the region. Now, remember, Iran has struck various countries, various airports and civilian establishments across the Gulf region. Listen into that sound in this video where the drone comes down and before hitting the ground is shot in the air. Viewers, this is the second visual that we're tracking for you. Now, an F-35 fighter jet has shot down an Iranian fighter jet in what looks like a dogfight between the two fighter jets. An F-35 fighter jet of the US has shot down an Iranian fighter jet. This visual was particularly released by the Israeli Defense Forces that keep on releasing these visuals to show what is happening in the ongoing war. The third visual that we have comes from Fujairah in UAE. Now, massive fire rages on at an oil depot. Now, remember, energy facilities are at the center of this entire war. You take Strait of Hormuz, you talk about the oil refineries in Saudi Arabia, or you talk about the oil refinery, oil storing services or facilities, even in the UAE, that have come under attack from Iranian military. The fourth one that we have comes from Tehran in Iran, the capital city that is under massive US and Israeli airstrikes. Now, remember, even on day one of the war, towards the end, Tehran faced carpet bombing from the side of Israeli Defense Forces. In fact, this is a fresh visual on your screens. In the middle of the night, huge plumes of smoke going up as Iran faces the wrath of US and Israeli airstrikes. The fifth video that we have from you is from Tel Aviv, Israel, which stands on the other side of the war. Interceptors halted Iranian missiles. Now, remember, Israel has also completely activated its Iron Dome. Despite that, when there are breaches, interceptions are made to contain those Iranian missiles. The sixth video that we have is from Doha in Qatar. The explosions are being seen in residential areas. Now, why Qatar at all? Remember, because Iran has struck various neighboring states in the Gulf region. Now, this has also embroiled the entire Gulf region to indirectly enter the war and issue warnings against Iranian aggression. Now, the seventh video that we're moving on to also comes from Qom in Iran, where strikes are seen on the Iranian air defense systems. Now, US, remember, also said in a statement that they are only going after the military establishments, and this video is a testament. The eighth video that we have is from Bandar Abbas in Iran. Now, the missile strike that can be seen is near the IRGC Naval base. Again, another military installment of the Iranian Revolutionary Guards under the scanner. Now, going on to the ninth video that we have is from the Persian Gulf, where US ship launched missiles against Iran. Remember, Remember, the same Persian Gulf where the waters also remain turbulent, where Iran, US and Israel remain at the cusp of exchanging constant attacks and counterattacks against each other. And this is the last defining visual that we have for you as of now. This comes from Tehran in Iran, the capital city where buildings have been flattened in the airstrike that was jointly carried out by the US and Israel. Now remember, at the middle of this entire conflict is always civilians who face the wrath of the military aggression that's ongoing in the Gulf region. Viewers, now as we come to an end to this edition of the News Bulletin, the war has now reached Indian Ocean. The US not just torpedoed an Iranian ship off the Sri Lankan coast, but today the repatriation of the bodies of the soldiers killed in that attack is also in the talks. Coming up with this and a lot more right after this short break, stay tuned to Republic TV.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा सिंह MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिंह
जीरा सिंह असली रिफ्रेशिंग असली स्वाद असली मजा
MDH
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
राजा और प्योर मसाला
All right, viewers, Republic's rolling coverage on the war investigation continues, and we are breaking developments as they happen from the war zone areas. Those are the live visuals from Lebanese capital Beirut. This is where Israel has been striking Hezbollah command centers, the key infrastructure all across, and even the compound centers linked to the paramilitary groups of the Lebanese army. We're looking at live visuals. This is Beirut's skyline on your screen, viewers. This as Israel continues to launch strikes across the Lebanese capital after Hezbollah fired missiles toward Israel. This is another front opening up for Israel as the IDF now engages with Hezbollah forces in Lebanon. Both the Israeli Air Force and the IDF on the ground have been active in this war, in fact, and now we're looking at the Beirut skyline. This is one of the war zone areas, viewers, from Lebanon, the Lebanese capital. In fact, you can in fact hear as well the sounds of explosions. This is Beirut skyline. This is where Israel has been launching strikes after strikes after Hezbollah fired missiles towards the country. And now, viewers, another breaking news coming in. A second Iranian vessel is off the coast of Sri Lanka. It is closer to Colombo, is what we're given to understand. And the vessel is now requesting access to Colombo port, citing engine damage. Now, the government has still not provided approval. This is the Sri Lankan government here. It has still not provided approval to a second Iranian vessel, which is closer to the Colombo port. It is asking for access, citing engine damage. Now, viewers, this comes right after Iris-Adena was struck in the Indian Ocean about 40 kilometers off Sri Lankan coast. It was struck by a US torpedo just yesterday, and today we are looking at another Iranian vessel asking for access to Colombo port from Sri Lanka. It is closer to Colombo, is what we're given to understand. They're requesting access, but so far Sri Lanka, in fact, has not provided any approval. All right, Robindra Sachdeva, International Affairs expert, who joins us on the broadcast. Mr. Sachdeva, I'd like to ask you, just yesterday we had an attack on Iranian warship from a US torpedo, and today we are looking at another Iranian vessel asking for access to Colombo port. It seems that the theater of West Asia war is now widening and coming closer home.
Well, it is a theater of the absurd. If you say the theater of war, you know, what we are seeing is a theater of the absurd playing out. What we are seeing are, we are seeing behaviors, we are seeing developments which are unprecedented in world affairs over the past at least 70, 80 years, ever since World War II, in terms of what could be some mutually understood, recognized, norms of engagements, though even if not codified in legalities and laws, which are always very flexible and porous, but there was some semblance of some regime. So we're seeing all of that being shunted out. Now that said, this definitely, yes, from the American point of view, they are at war, though technically the US does not say that it is as war. Because they would have to go to the Congress in order to declare a war. So the entire narrative, when they go to the US Congress, all of the Republican leadership is using words like special operation, it's a conflict, it's a combat, etc. But then the Secretary of War, by the way, that's the department, Pete Hegseth and Trump, all of them are saying that we are at war. So if they're at war with Iran, then yes, logically, it could be said that anywhere the military assets of one or the other would be targeted. So same would apply for Iran if it has the capabilities anywhere across the globe, if it can hit military targets. That's one saving grace at least. So the US, with its formidable power in multiple domains, including in the maritime domains, is going after Iranian ships which are out there and which they can target. This second ship, as you're mentioning, is mentioning or messaging that it has engine trouble. It may have an engine trouble, it may not have an engine trouble. It may be just wanting to come into a safe harbor and be there because it knows otherwise it will be hunted and sunk.
All right, Mr. Sachdeva, do continue to stay with us on the broadcast. We've got some more developments coming to light, some more breaking news regarding the war in West Asia. In fact, the latest that we know is US-Israeli attack on Tehran has now resulted in the destruction of about 12,000-seat Azadi football stadium. So that's an attack that's taken place on this football stadium. And you can, in fact, look at the aftermath of this massive attack that's taken place on a football stadium in Tehran after the US-Israeli strike. In fact, it's a stadium that could seat about 12,000 people. So it's a massive stadium that's now been struck as the US and Israel continue with their strikes on Iran. This is located in the capital city of Tehran. And the aftermath is visible on your screen. You can see the extensive damage that this strike, in fact, has done on the stadium, barely standing as it looks like right now. And one can gauge from this the scale and the impact of this attack. All right, Mr. Sachdeva continues to present with us on the broadcast. Mr. Sachdeva, I want to ask you, we're looking at more than 30 nations directly or indirectly now joining this West Asia war. European countries, including Italy, Spain, they are sending their warships to Cyprus. We're looking at attacks now taking place in the Indian Ocean. From your expertise, how do you gauge these developments?
Couple of things, yeah. Sure, the Europeans have been, whining and complaining and holding a different view. But end of the day, the Europeans always tag along. This has been the behavior of Europe. Even during the Second Gulf War against Saddam Hussein, Tony Blair and all were protesting with Bush that no, we should not go, this reason, that reason, etc. But once America goes ahead, all of them line up. But yeah, this time there's a slight difference. Countries like Spain are standing up, right? Now that said, I think there's a term in cricket, a googly, when you bowl a googly. And then there's another term, a Yorker. A Yorker is supposed to be more complicated than a googly. Iran has dealt a Yorker in this conflict right now, because the assumption would have been Israel, Iran, America, Israel attack Iran. And then, Iran attacks Israel. Or Iran attacks, American bases in the Gulf countries. That would have been assumed or gamed out. I think where I'm using the term a Yorker is that Iran went a step ahead and Iran has started targeting the civilian infrastructure assets of these sovereign nations itself. The LNG terminal of Qatar, which has been probably damaged quite a lot yesterday or day before, is the largest LNG terminal in Qatar. Aramco, the Saudi oil giant, that has also been attacked, though the damage is less. Other attacks on other civilian infrastructures. I think that has been something that the US or Israel may not have given a high probability. Of course, they could have anticipated, but they might have thought that that might not happen. Now, that said, Iran is digging in. What America thought was to kind of repeat the Venezuela model, that is, you take away the layer one, the layer two, which takes office, you simply threaten them and tell them, like they did with Rodriguez in Venezuela, they informed her to get on a phone call on a speakerphone with her defense chief, army chief, and then from Tampa, Florida, wherever the command base of the US, they called that phone number and they told her, you have 15 minutes to agree or not agree. If you do not agree by the end of these 15 minutes, the next 15 minutes you will be dead. It worked in Venezuela. That's not working in Iran.
Right,
the next layer of leadership which has come in Iran due to be their ideology or whatsoever perspectives, they have not agreed to that. So the US is now going to eliminate the second layer and hope that the third layer, whoever comes, they can work that message. So that's the game plan of America. So in that case, if things go to that script, then the war may end in the next 3, 4, 5 days. Otherwise, this war would be an ulcer. It would damage the region hugely. In fact, the ones who are suffering, who will suffer the most in the long term, will be the countries of the Middle East. If you give me 10 seconds, I'll say why.
Yes,
Dubai, Abu Dhabi, Qatar, they have the image and the reality of smart, efficient, modern city-states, ease of doing business, financial capitals of the world, etc. Okay. And all of these countries are looking to get into a post-oil economy. So they are investing hugely in AI and data centers, etc. Now, with the attacks in these countries, I think that their future is threatened. Which NVIDIA or Amazon would put up, a big data center with $10 billion of investments which are due, which is a mile long, a mile wide. It's like a sitting duck. So the
sir.
Gulf countries are going to be, unfortunately, big losers the longer this conflict continues. Apart from others who may be losers or gainers, but the Gulf countries would be the biggest losers, I think, in the future.
Right, so you've rightly mentioned that Iran is no Venezuela, and the interesting analogy that you share, that how it is thrown a googly or a Yorker with its attacks across the Gulf states. I'll come back to you with further analysis, but now we have an exclusive report coming to light from inside Iran. This is a report detailing the gathering for Ayatollah Khamenei at Engleb Square in Tehran. Viewers, let's take a look at this exclusive report from inside Iran.
I'm here at Engleb Square. You can see behind me people are praying, and also they have gathered here to mourn the death of the Supreme Leader. As you know, the Supreme Leader was killed on the first day of Israel-U.S. strikes on Iran. I also had the opportunity to talk to some of the mourners and also the Imam who is leading the prayer here. And they seem to be pretty angry at U.S. and Israel because they tell me that our Supreme Leader has been killed, and now we are here to show that we are still mourning for him and we are more united than ever. Now let's hear what they told me.
سوال میکنن مردم چرا اومدید اینجا؟ خودتون بگید چرا اومدید اینجا؟
Now, viewers, Mr. Sachdeva continues to stay with us on broadcast. Mr. Sachdeva, coming to you, you were saying that Gulf states are likely to emerge as the biggest losers once this war, ends. I want to ask you, so far, all of the Gulf nations have exercised restraint. They have said that they have a right to defend their sovereignty, but they've not yet switched into offensive posture. Could we be staring at that situation in the coming few days?
Yeah, we could be, staring at that, but okay, sure, they'll add more firepower, but how much more can they add? America is in any case carpet bombing. Fair enough. In terms of expressing their sovereignty and expressing their sovereignty and ability, sure, UAE could fly. UAE has some advanced aircrafts, including, I think they've also purchased Rafales. And they have other systems. So whoever has whatsoever have, let them go out and bomb Iran. It's not going to make a fundamental difference to the overall war. Even if they step in, other than, sure, it will add some more damage, but it will not make a quantum difference in the war. But by the way, the other thing that we've noticed, or you would have noticed, in the past 24 hours, it seems that the number of attacks by Iran has reduced. The number of missile attacks and the number of drone attacks by Iran on the Gulf states has been reduced. And I think yesterday, the U.S. Chief of Defense, he was giving a number that the number of attacks yesterday had fallen by about 70% or so. Now, if that is so, and of course, as we are seeing the news cycle, we are seeing less news reports about Iranian drones or any damages being caused in these countries, be it Saudi, Qatar, Bahrain, etc. Why that is so, we don't know, or maybe it could pick up again. So that's a little trend to kind of, keep in mind. But otherwise, they are really, the Prince of Saudi, the Crown Prince of Saudi, they're investing $500 billion in their vision of the Neom city of the future, for which they're trying to attract investments. UAE, the Crown Prince, they're investing hugely in AI infrastructure. They've been wooing Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff and getting into partnerships regards to cryptocurrency and all of that. And huge, Amazon has announced huge investments. NVIDIA has announced huge investments. So to my mind, all of these huge investments would be put on hold. And if this scenario, and let's say if this ulcer keeps festering, which big investor or the board of a Meta or a board of a Google would greenlight an investment of $10 billion in a data center in Abu Dhabi, when you know that if tomorrow...
all of these assets now stand at risk. Mr. Sachdev, I'll come back to you, but of course, more developments coming to light. An Iranian ship near Sri Lanka has now requested for an urgent port call. This is according to a Sri Lankan MP. In fact, this urgent request from the Iranian naval vessel comes just a day after Iris Dina was struck by a torpedo launched by a US submarine. The Sri Lankan MP's statement, viewers, comes after the media minister said that a second Iranian warship was just outside Sri Lankan waters, but gave no further details. Now, on Wednesday, viewers, a US submarine sank and torpedoed Iris Dina, an Iranian frigate. The warship was in Sri Lankan waters in the Indian Ocean after returning from a military exercise in India's Visakhapatnam. On this, U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth had also confirmed the U.S. attack and stated that destruction of the warship was a huge win for the United States. And now, viewers, we're looking at another Iranian ship in Sri Lankan waters making an urgent port call, basically requesting access for Colombo port. My colleague Shravan now joins me with more details on this. Shravan, we're given to understand that right after Iris Dina was struck by a U.S. attack, now another Iranian ship is in Sri Lankan waters requesting for an urgent port call. What details do we have about this?
This is a port call that has been made by an Iranian ship hoping for some help essentially being extended by the Sri Lankans. In fact, earlier today, in the parliament itself, I'm given to understand that one of the cabinet ministers did actually inform the other parliamentarians that help has been sought by the Iranian vessel. Not very sure whether at all this is a distress call, because the last information that came in from the Sri Lankans was that this was a port call, which essentially would mean that the Iranian ship would be traveling from that very area, and that is the reason why a port call has now been made. Now, what remains to be seen whether at all they are seeking for some sort of an escort vessel, because in the previous case, remember, when they had left from Visakhapatnam, there was no request that was made by the Iranian vessel seeking assistance from India, or for that matter an escort vessel to continue, so that this incident could have been prevented. But as of now, there is nothing that is coming in from the Sri Lankans, whether at all there is a request that has been made by the Iranians with whether at all they need an escort vessel to take them forward.
Right, of course, Shravan, those are the latest details coming to light regarding an Iranian warship in Sri Lankan waters requesting access for a Colombo port. It's made an urgent port call. At this point is the latest. What we know, viewers, Sri Lankan government is yet to respond or yet to give an approval to that request, is what we understand. Shravan, also, we understand some reports saying that the ship here, the second vessel, had cited some damage to its engine. Do we know anything about that?
Well, nothing officially coming in from the IRGC Navy with regards to whether at all there is any damage or whether at all there has been any distress call that has been made by the Iranian Navy. The reason why it has now been highlighted by the parliamentarians in Sri Lanka is primarily because there is a global spotlight on the action that has been taken by United States of America. While this was not within Sri Lanka's territorial waters, but rather international waters, but there are certain conventions in place which should have been respected by United States of America. But there is a clear violation as far as the Geneva Convention is concerned. And as far as international waters are concerned, now those are for peaceful purposes, not for what we actually witnessed yesterday when an Iranian ship was hit by a United States of America submarine. And that is the reason why we are now being given to understand there has been a global concern about the manner in which this entire thing is basically unfolding.
Right, Shravan. So, viewers, that's the latest we're getting as far as another Iranian vessel is concerned. It's made an urgent port call. Sri Lankan government is yet to respond to that, and this comes right after Iris Dina was struck yesterday by a U.S. torpedo attack. Shravan, what do we know about the latest regarding Iris Dina? The latest that the numbers that were coming up was that 32 people had been rescued and over 84 bodies had been recovered.
Well, in fact, over 60 sailors are still missing. The last medical bulletin that was received we're given to understand that 30 sailors have already been rescued. In fact, one happens to be critically injured. All of them have now been provided with medical facilities, but the rescue operation still continues. The reason why it's becoming even more difficult for the Sri Lankan Navy to carry out the rescue operation is for two reasons. One, the distress call that was made around 5 o'clock in the morning, and thereafter we are being told that a Sri Lankan Navy destroyer and a frigate was basically sent towards the very place where this attack was carried out. But by the time they had reached, the Iranian ship had already sunk. And that is the reason why perhaps the difficulty in carrying out the rescue operation itself. Secondly, the fact of the matter is that that entire area, there has been an oil spill that has actually taken place. In fact, what we are being told that because of the oil spill too, the rescue operation got further delayed.
Right. Now, Shravan, yesterday it was a distress call made by an Iranian warship, and today it's a port call. So there's a difference between that. So do you think the reason Sri Lankan government is yet to give an approval is because they don't want to be part or, you know, being engulfed into this war that is underway right now?
Well, in fact, as far as the Sri Lankans are concerned, they are certainly in a tight spot. While they may not be in a position to make any sort of a statement at this stage, and perhaps at max they could say that this has happened outside Sri Lankan territorial waters. So it is not incumbent on them to basically respond. Having said that, remember this is still in international waters, and as far as conventions are concerned, what we have witnessed was uncalled for. And that is the reason why several experts have largely raised this concern about whether at all it is important that India as well as Sri Lanka makes a point here. Now, government sources have already indicated that this Iranian ship, which had participated in Milan as well as the International Fleet Review, was no longer an Indian guest after they had moved out of Indian territorial waters, number one. Number two, the fact of the matter is that they did not seek any further assistance. So because remember, the war had already broken out, there was time for the Iranian vessel to seek some sort of an assistance. They could have asked for an escort vessel, but that wasn't really asked to the Indian Navy, and that is the reason why they were on their own. And as far as the action of the Israelis as well as Americans are concerned, now this was an American attack that was carried out. The Americans claim that this is the first such submarine hit since World War II. That in itself is something that should be contested, because there have been, including Iris Dana, this is the fourth such submarine attack that has taken place in the last few decades. Now, so it's important to highlight the following: that one, it has been heavily criticized, the action of the Americans, and the second aspect is whether at all, as per the convention, they should have actually carried out a rescue operation or not.
Right. So when on this attack today, in fact, it was Iranian foreign minister that made a statement that US will bitterly regret the action that it took in the Indian Ocean regarding the attack on Iris Dana. So we're certainly looking at escalation from Iranian side as well. All right, viewers, in fact, we'll come back to those developments, but right now slipping into a very short commercial break. We'll coming back to you with more updates on as and these developments take place in West Asia. Coming up on the other side, the latest attack reported by the US in Indian Ocean. The war now reaches India's doorstep.
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have a breaking news coming in right now. As we monitor the situation in Sri Lanka, you had an Iranian naval vessel, IRS Dana, which was attacked, torpedoed by a US submarine last night. And there is a huge debate about whether the US crossed a line in that attack. And even in Sri Lanka, there is a huge debate on whether a second vessel that made a port call should be allowed or not. I have with me right now, joining us on the broadcast, a politician from Sri Lanka. His name is Senthil Tondaman. Senthil Tondaman is the president of the Ceylon Workers' Congress. He's also the former governor of the Eastern Province in Sri Lanka and has been the former chief minister of the Uva Province. Senthil, thank you for joining us here on Republic TV. First of all, how is Sri Lanka viewing this attack by US right off its coast in Gal?
Good evening to you all. So still now, we are not in a position to confirm you that it's an attack by US, because it's the US and their associates should confirm that it's done by them, and they have to give their feedback on it. Actually, it has not happened on Sri Lankan waters, inside our territorial waters. It has happened on the international waters. So we, as a country and as a sovereign country, we always seem to be things that only through dialogue, proper dialogue, I think, you can get good solutions. But countries have different views and different opinions. So
I'm just losing the audio there, Mr. Tondaman. I lost your audio there because I had a feeble signal with you. Senthil Tondaman is live from Colombo. Let me try and ask him another question to see if he's through with me right now. Yeah, so Mr. Senthil, it is confirmed. In fact, US has gone on record. The US Pentagon and the Defense Secretary in the US, they've all gone on record to say that it was an attack by a US submarine. So why don't you tell us, how did Sri Lanka respond? And what do we know about the condition of these sailors who are still there at the Galle Hospital?
no, Sri Lanka, acted on a humanitarian grounds. In fact, we are under the 1979 SAR Convention, which includes aviation and marine rescue operations. The same way, we had got early morning message to our MRCC, that is the Marine Rescue Coordinating Center in Colombo, that about the ship being hit. So our Navy, our defense, this forward, had immediately instructed the Navy team to take necessary action to start the rescue operation, in which we were able to save around 38 people and go to our hospital at Galle. And I think around 50 to 60 sailors are still missing, and 87 people have been confirmed dead. The main thing here is, even if it was an Israel ship which was got hit, Sri Lanka would have acted the same way. We are acting on a humanitarian grounds, not only if it's a Navy vessel or a fisherman vessel or a commercial vessel, any vessel which has got hit from any part of the world in Sri Lankan waters, yes, we would have been the first to respond. Apart from that, we have up to 600 nautical rescue operation is with Sri Lanka down south. So we have a commitment that any ship which asks for help or any hit or any disaster, we have to immediately attend to it according to the convention, and that is what our Navy is doing. And I don't think our government has taken any sides on anyone. We stand neutral and we make sure that anybody who is in danger in the rescue operation boundary of Sri Lankan Navy, we will be the first to assist them in spite of whatever country they are from. And we have already had 30 years of civil war. So we strongly believe that only through proper dialogue, all these issues can be resolved rather than, fighting with each other in whatever way they think is correct. But finally, I think only through dialogue this can be rescued. And the people who have been taking treatment in the hospitals in down south are being closely monitored by the Iran embassy in Sri Lanka by the ambassador, and also our foreign ministry, Honorable Vijit Herath, is in touch with their concerned Sri Lankan officials and returned back to their country safely.
Mr. Sendil, can I request you to stay with us because we are also being joined by a parliamentarian and Shawan is joining us live in this broadcast. So we will have a Sri Lankan MP, we will have a Sri Lankan party leader and a former Sri Lankan minister live as well. We'll take a 3-window live and Shawan, you can introduce us to the parliamentarian. Dr. Harsha De Silva is currently in the national capital. Mr. De Silva, I want to straight away begin by asking you, why is Sri Lanka not coming out with a strong statement about what has really happened off the coast of Sri Lanka? It may not have happened in the Sri Lankan waters, but having said that, it is a clear violation of the Geneva Convention.
Well, I'm an opposition MP, so I cannot speak on behalf of the government. But what I know is a statement has been made in Parliament, and the minister in charge of foreign affairs has been to the Iranian embassy to sign the condolence book, and they had done what they think, I guess, is appropriate.
But the leader of the opposition has taken on the government. Your leader of the opposition has categorically pointed out that perhaps the government of the day should take a strong position, because if this is happening in the Indian Ocean region, it is in our backyard. And the fact of the matter is this, that the United Nations the US has basically carried out a unilateral action without taking Sri Lanka or, for that matter, India into account.
Well, this has happened outside our territorial waters. We only control 12 nautical miles of sovereign territory, sovereign ocean. And this is within our EEZ, but also within our rescue zone, search and rescue zone. So we have attended to what we had to do in terms of humanitarian involvement.
Dr. De Silva, it does appear that the Sri Lankans are under some sort of a pressure, because if you do not come out with a strong statement right now, you have another Iranian vessel which is moving through Sri Lankan waters right now, and I'm given to understand a port call has been made. And if at all the CENTCOM, the United States of America's Central Command, feels the need, they can carry out yet another attack.
Well, I mean, it is the responsibility of the government. I'm sorry, I cannot be speaking on behalf of the government in this at this moment. The Minister of Foreign Affairs is here at this location at the Raisina in Delhi, and I'm sure he's in touch with the President and others necessary to, do what is the most responsible thing to do.
Could you also tell us a little bit about what the government has said on the floor of the parliament? Because I'm given to understand from what we are monitoring, the situation is actually developing in the Sri Lankan parliament earlier today also. As a member of the parliament, have you all been briefed by your government as to what really happened and what position are you likely to take?
Yes, I have been here in Delhi, so I was not in Parliament during the course of the day. But I know that the government did make a statement on the second ship as well, and has informed the members of Parliament that they are attending to the matter. I am not exactly sure what they are doing because I'm here, they are there. But yes, they have informed members of Parliament that there is a developing situation, and they are taking necessary action.
Mr. De Silva, there is a feeling that perhaps in Sri Lanka as well, there is an attempt to play this issue down. Is that the case? If you're the opposition leader, then you would know that if the government of Sri Lanka has not made a public statement yet, or has not gone on record in a big way, there is perhaps an attempt to play this down.
Well, the leader of the opposition did make a statement yesterday when I was in the House, seeking the government to make a strong statement either way. But I am not sure what they have done. Like I said again, I'm sorry I have not been there, so I do not know. But they have briefed the members of parliament as, like I said, to the developing situation and saying that they are taking necessary action.
Okay. And have there been any talks? Because we also came across some reports that Sri Lanka will talk to Iran on what has happened off the coast of Sri Lanka. Anything that you can confirm from your end?
No, all what I know is the request has been made for the return of the dead bodies, and that the government is now following international protocol when something like this happens. We have stored 80-odd bodies in a morgue, and those will be attended to. So that's all I know about that.
Dr. De Silva, I want to ask you this because as a responsible parliamentarian, someone who has been extremely vocal, what is it that you would like your government to do at this point in time? This is not just about you as a parliamentarian, but it is also about your citizens. It is also about the dignity and the sovereignty of your own country. As a leader, as a member of the opposition, what is it that you want your government to do right now?
Well, the government must act in accordance with the of our country, our nation, our people. And if that is threatened in any way, then they got to act on that. And I am hopeful that the government would not act arbitrarily or irresponsibly or irrationally. They would take everything into consideration, talk to the relevant people, and ensure that that the people of our country is safe. Don't forget, we are a maritime nation, and it is critically important that sea routes are protected, our logistics, the ports are safe, because we depend on international trade, we depend on remittances, we depend on tourism. So, as a country coming out of the crisis, we don't have sufficient buffers built up yet, both externally and domestically. So a prolonged issue would certainly have massive repercussions on our economy. So I hope the government will not let that happen and do what is necessary to safeguard our country. Thank you. I really got to go.
Thank you very much. Okay, let me go back to Mr. Sendil Tondaman. Mr. Sendil, you heard what the opposition MP is saying there, the sitting MP.
Yeah. In fact, I would like to also quote something else to add on this. The couple of fishermen societies have started raising concern, saying that fishing is one of the important source of revenue as it's an island. And now fishermen going to sea started, making them panic, especially their families and societies. How safe are we in the sea? Because this, the 40 nauticals is not a very big distance from the shore. And we have a few lakhs of fishermen in the water. In fact, even during that day, there are some fishermen who have raised their concerns, saying that they were also in the middle of the sea when these incidents have happened. So it's not only the sovereignty and not only the geopolitical situation, but it's also disturbing the marine sector, marine economy and marine sector of Sri Lanka.
Yeah. Okay. We'll leave it at that, Mr. Tondaman. Let's see if the Sri Lankan government, speaks to the Iranians on this and whether there is a stronger statement or an official statement at all on this matter coming in from Colombo. Thank you very much. It was good to talk to you, sir.
Sri Lankan government has expressed its condolences at the Iran embassy. They have gone down there, especially the foreign minister who represents the government. He has gone there and he has especially made the condolence message there. That shows that, the Sri Lankans are standing with the Iranian at this moment, at this time of the condolence. And they're very keen that they should settle through dialogue rather than, making it more and more worse, which is not only going to affect Iran and Israel over there, it has started even affecting Asian countries, which is an example of this incident. So we hope that these kinds of incidents doesn't happen in a peace-loving places like Sri Lanka right now, where these things don't disturb the other countries.
Okay.
So we hope responsibility so that it doesn't disturb the rest of the part of the world.
Okay, sir. Thank you for joining us on this broadcast. I look forward to talking to you again.
Thank you
very much. Thank you. Okay, back to you for now.
Thondaman, Sri Lankan politician, joining us and giving us all the latest on the attack that was carried out by the US on Iranian vessel Iris Dina yesterday. And now, viewers, as the Gulf War escalates, what is also increasing is the number of casualties on both the fronts and strains on the global economy. The war that began with Israel, US and Iran has now engulfed the whole of Middle East, with even sub-fronts opening between Israel and Hezbollah. With this mayhem in the Middle East, which is translating into a major impact on the global economy, the larger question that looms is, how long will this war last? Watch this detailed report on this.
The United States military continues to carry out large-scale combat operations in Iran to eliminate the grave threats posed to America by this terrible terrorist regime.
الان مترو رد میشم این چی اونجا چیه ولی دیگه از این ما اگه ویدیو خوبی داریم
Well, most of the people we had in mind are dead. So, you know, we had some in mind from that group that is dead. And now we have another group, they may be dead also, based on reports. So I guess you have a third wave coming in. Pretty soon we're not going to know anybody.
The kind of bombing going on in Tehran and the kind of retaliation by Iran, I think we should wait and watch for at least 3-4 days. Mustafa has now taken over as the new supreme commander, almost in lines of his father in his thinking, and a person who has lost his father, mother, wife, daughter, everyone in this entire bombing there. And he had been appointed as the supreme commander, who himself was once responsible for the siege, and also the IRGC is committed to him. In that context, much of diplomacy may not really work now. And with this, the kind of bombing going on in Tehran and the kind of retaliation by Iran, I think we should wait and watch for at least 3-4 days before either does Iran capitulate, which again may be difficult, but not totally ruled out, primarily because Iran is now on its end of its resources. They are on commercial drones, small drones, big drones. The number of missiles have reduced much. Anybody might say they've kept some as reserves. I don't think so. Iran has shot whatever it had and may have kept about 10-15%, but that's not likely to cause very huge difference, one. Second, some earthquake kind of a thing being noticed 10 kilometers down. One doesn't really know what that earthquake actually involves.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
يا نعش اللي يشيل الشيعة سرتنا طاح المرتفع.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा राजा और मसाला।
U.S. Central Command began Operation Epic Fury at the president's direction. The goal was to dismantle Iran's security structure and remove imminent threats. Targets include command centers, missile facilities, air defenses, and key military infrastructure. From stealth bombers to missile defense systems, the U.S. deployed air, naval, and surveillance power across the region.
These actions are right and they are necessary to ensure that Americans will never have to face a radical, bloodthirsty terrorist regime armed with nuclear weapons and lots of threats. For almost 50 years, these wicked extremists have been attacking the United States while chanting the slogan, "Death to America" or "Death to Israel" or both. They are the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. We are the world's greatest and most powerful nation, so we can do something about what they do. These intolerable threats will not continue any longer. I once again urge the Revolutionary Guard, the Iranian military, police, to lay down your arms and receive full immunity or face certain death. It will be certain death. Won't be pretty. I call upon all Iranian patriots who yearn for freedom to seize this moment, to be brave, be bold, be heroic, and take back your country. America is with you. I made a promise to you, and I fulfilled that promise.
Operation Epic Fury marks one of the most aggressive U.S. military actions in decades against Iran. Strikes are ongoing, warnings are escalating, and the Middle East now stands at a critical and uncertain crossroads.
כרגע פה, הנה, איזה אירוע. רגע, זה נראה שהוא נופל.
A swathe of people in our country, Admiral Tripathi, who today want to do something. They may not be wearing the uniform, and I believe that they want to help the country achieve the target you want.
We created 2 standing task forces each under 2-star officers. So we said, you go out to the industry, you go out to the defense ecosystem, and you cull out what is it that is useful to us. And therefore, we can then engage with you. All those who are working in the defense ecosystem and you've got anything, any technology which you think is useful, could be useful for us, please reach out to us.
Viewers, getting in a fresh breaking development now. Dr. S. Jaishankar, India's External Affairs Minister, has said that he has had a telecom with Iranian Foreign Minister Sayed Abbas Araghchi just this afternoon. Now, this comes at the feet of Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri, also signing the document of condolence after Khamenei's death. This is the first time that India's Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri broke silence over the matter and signed the document of condolence at the Iranian embassy in New Delhi. In fact, just right about now, Dr. S. Jaishankar, India's Foreign Affairs Minister, has said that he's had a telephone conversation with the Iranian Foreign Minister Sayed Abbas Araghchi just this afternoon. He spoke with him with Foreign Minister Sayed Badr bin Hamad bin Hamoud al-Busaidi of Oman on the ongoing conflict in West Asia. Now, India has once again taken the role of the mediator that it always does. Peace talks remain India's priority amid the ongoing tensions that are flaring up in West Asia. Now, Dr. S. Jaishankar has not just spoken with the Foreign Minister of Iran, he's also spoken to the Foreign Minister in Oman, talking about the war and how to douse down the tensions that are ongoing in the Gulf region. In fact, this comes at the heels of India's Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri also signing the document of condolence in the Iranian embassy in India in the capital New Delhi. That's the latest that we're learning in. And the Foreign Minister S. Jaishankar has in fact given out a statement saying that he's in touch with both Iranian and Oman foreign ministers to douse down the tensions that have gripped West Asia, starting with the conflict that arose between Israel and Iran and quickly turned into a war which is now in its 6th day. That's the latest that we're learning in. Viewers, as the war takes over the West Asian region, it's just not going to be limited to that one region. In fact, Western forces, including the US, the UK, various European forces, including France, Germany, Italy, Spain, have also stepped in. In fact, Spain and France have also said that they are going to send additional forces, additional military support and arsenal to Cyprus. Remember, Cyprus is the same place where UK has major military interests and facilities, especially when it comes to the UK Royal Air Force. Take a look at this.
The war in West Asia is now entering a new phase, and Europe is beginning to move military assets closer to the conflict zone. Spain, which had earlier called for diplomacy, is now preparing for a military deployment. The Spanish Defense Ministry says Madrid will send a naval frigate to Cyprus. The warship will join a French aircraft carrier group along with naval ships from Greece. The deployment will position European naval forces in the eastern Mediterranean. Just miles from the escalating conflict zone, Cyprus has now become a key strategic hub as Western allies position forces around the widening war. UK's Royal Air Force base on the island was attacked earlier. As the conflict deepens and military deployments increase, the West Asia war is now drawing more global powers closer to the front lines.
Quickly shifting focus to other breaking news that we're tracking at this hour. Now, Lebanon has come out with a statement, in fact, with stern numbers, where the government has said that at least 77 people have been killed and over 500 people have been injured since Israel launched an attack, a barrage of missiles on Lebanon. Now, this also comes as the Israeli Defense Forces made an incursion through the ground borders of Lebanon just day before yesterday. In fact, today also in southern Lebanon, various military establishments, Hezbollah establishments, were targeted by the Israeli Defense Forces. And now Lebanon government has spoken. It says that 77 people have been killed so far and over 500 are feared to be injured as part of the barrage of missiles that were rained down on various targets across southern Lebanon by the Israeli Defense Forces. Now, viewers, also remember, Israel said in a very stern statement that they are not going to stop the hostilities until their goal is achieved. They are going after Hezbollah, and just day before yesterday, when the border incursion on ground was being made, the southern Lebanon border was also stranded by the Lebanese military. They pulled back as the IDF made its advancements into the southern Lebanon territories. And now the government of Lebanon has said that 77 people have been killed so far, with injuries, the number of injured spanning across 500 people. That's the latest that we're learning in. And viewers, also remember, Israel is not fighting this war on just one front. It's not just against Iran, but also against Hezbollah, based out of southern Lebanon. Viewers, now shifting focus and tracking other developments. Now the war is not just limited to ground and air, it's in fact also shown its signs in the Indian Ocean. Now just yesterday, an Iranian Navy frigate was under attack after a US submarine torpedoed it and struck the Iranian frigate. In fact, 90 soldiers have been killed so far near the Sri Lankan borders and the Sri Lankan coasts. In fact, today also, the Iranian Navy's another frigate made an urgent port call with the Sri Lankan Navy, asking to take shelter at the Sri Lankan port in the wake of the constant US-Israel attacks on Iranian frigates in the waters near the Sri Lankan ports. Take a look at this.
The bodies of 87 Iranian sailors were transported to the Karapitiya hospital in Gale, Sri Lanka. This after a US submarine torpedoed the Iranian warship IRGC Naval 300 kilometers away from Kanyakumari. 32 Iranian sailors were rescued and were being treated at the hospital, and about 60 people are missing. The attack shows the warship being hit by a huge explosion which blew apart the rear of the vessel. United States Secretary of War Pete Hegseth has confirmed attacking the Iranian ship off the Indian coast.
Turns out the regime who chanted death to America and death to Israel was gifted death from America and death from Israel. This is not a so-called regime change war, but the regime sure did change, and the world is better off for it.
Take a look at what Iran's response to this is. Hours after the incident, the Iranian envoy to India also spoke exclusively to Republic.
Absolutely, we prefer the peace. And unfortunately, they showed open hostility. This is very important.
The warship IRGC Naval was heading back to Iran from an eastern Indian port after completing a joint naval exercise in Visakhapatnam.
While doing search operation, we found people floating on the floating in the water and rescued them. And later on, subsequently, when we inquired them, we found that those people are belonging to the Iranian ship, and we understood that they need prompt medical attention, and we swiftly transferred them to the Karapitiya Teaching Hospital, and right now they are undergoing medical treatment. So we still continue in the search and rescue operation in that particular area.
With the strike taking place close to India's maritime zone, the widening conflict is right at our doorstep. As more nations get drawn into the crisis, the Indian Ocean is fast emerging as the next flashpoint in an expanding war.
Viewers, now quickly shifting focus to another breaking development that we're tracking now. About 23,000 Indian seafarers are stuck across waters in the Gulf region. Now, as the Middle East conflict disrupts maritime routes, about 23,000 Indians are estimated to be stranded across the Gulf region. This also indicates a worsening crisis that has now skyrocketed crude prices. Now, remember, lots of Indians working across the Gulf region in the waters, seafarers from different organizations, including especially commercial organizations, shipments that are involved in shipment of oils. And with the major oil routes now standing disrupted, at least 23,000 Indian seafarers are estimated to be stranded across the Gulf region. The crisis now stems from US and Israeli strikes on Iran, which Washington also claims is to obliterate Tehran's nuclear and ballistic missile programs. In response, Iran has retaliated, bringing the entire region's waters to a standstill, making it a war zone. And now 23,000 Indian seafarers are stuck in these waters as we speak. Viewers, now let's shift focus away from the war and the reason for why this escalation began. Khamenei's death. In Iran, in the capital city of Tehran, you can see a sea of people out on the streets protesting the death of the supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei. In fact, in the middle of all of this, take a look at what is happening on the streets in Tehran, in Iran.
Large crowds gathered at the Engelab Square in Tehran, one of the city's central locations. People assembled amid rising tensions as the war in the Middle East continues to intensify. Meanwhile, Indian students stuck in Iran requested the Indian government for evacuation as quickly as possible.
रिलोकेट किया था स्टूडेंट्स को, उन जगहों पर भी अब हमले हो रहे हैं और जो सिटीज़ सेफ थी वहाँ पर भी हमले हो रहे हैं और हम ये रिक्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं कि हमें यहाँ से सब स्टूडेंट्स को इवैक्यूएट किया जाए ताकि सब स्टूडेंट्स सेफ रहें। अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह अभी तक सब स्टूडेंट्स ठीक हैं, किसी को कोई नुकसान नहीं पहुँचा है, लेकिन सब स्टूडेंट्स यहाँ पैनिक हो रहे हैं क्योंकि जिन जगहों पर उनको रिलोकेट किया गया वहाँ पर भी हमले हुए हैं। वी रिक्वेस्ट यू टू इवैक्यूएट ऑल द स्टूडेंट्स।
Several students were earlier relocated to safer areas, but those locations are also witnessing strikes.
Student from Iran. I request Indian governments from all the students that please evacuate as soon as possible क्योंकि students बहुत ज़्यादा टेंशन में हैं। आपने relocation की थी, relocation जहाँ पे की वहाँ पे भी attacks हो रहे हैं। उर्मिया में कल बहुत ज़्यादा strikes चल रही थी। Students are very worried.
With tensions escalating and attacks continuing across the region, stranded foreign nationals are increasingly seeking evacuation assistance.
Viewers, now, as per President Donald Trump, this is a war that US has led. In fact, he was the one, he says, who actually spoke to Israel and asked them to enter the war with US as one. But let's take a look at what's unfolding inside Washington at US politics pedestals. Now, a uniform-clad, also a member of the Green Party Senate, Brian McKiffin, was tackled by the Capitol Police when he raised his voice against US's intervention in a war that he said belongs to Israel. Now, the question is not just about US entering the war, but also what is it that US is losing. But in between all of this scuffle, as the Capitol Police was pushing him out, we can see another person from the Senate getting up and trying to tackle McAfee. And in that moment, he breaks his hand. Take a look at the dramatic visuals and the scenes that unfolded inside the US Capitol.
What's the fight for Israel? Okay. All right. Sir. Let go of your hand. Let go of the door. For Israel, your inability to name that shows your exemptness as leaders. This is wrong. And nobody wants to fight for Israel. For Israel!
His hand.
For Israel!
His hand. Oh! His hand!
Oh my God. Israel is the reason for this war. America does not want to fight this war for Israel. Let's go. Come on, let's go. America does not want to send its sons and daughters to war for Israel. Your inability to name that shows your exemptness as leaders. This is wrong. And nobody wants to fight for Israel.
A reminder to all our
Commandant, please stand up as a Marine and stand up for America. No one wants to fight for Israel. Wants to fight for Israel. His hand. Oh my God. For Israel!
His hand! Oh! His hand!
Let go of your hand. Let go of the door. Let go of the door. The senator broke his hand. A sitting U.S. senator just broke the hand of a Marine. Sir. Control your Senate. We're stuck in the door. Okay, sir. Broke the hand of a Marine. You're a coward. Punk. Yeah, go fuck yourself. What do you say? Senator? Go fuck yourself. You were a shit seal. That's why you got kicked out.
Everybody sit down, please. Sit down, please. Everybody sit down, please. Everybody sit down, please.
For Israel, your inability to name that shows your exemptness as leaders.
Dressed in a full Marine Corps uniform, Brian McGiffin is a veteran U.S. Marine. He is also a Green Party candidate running for Senate in North Carolina. During the Senate Armed Services hearing, McGiffin protested against America's involvement in Israel's war with Iran. Tim Sheehy, the senator from Montana, who is being accused of breaking the veteran's hand, tweeted that the Capitol Police were attempting to remove an unhinged protester from the Armed Services hearing. It is after this that he decided to help out and de-escalate the situation. Tim Sheehy has shown no remorse for his actions.
Pete Hegseth says another war in the Middle East is just getting started. He says more of our sons and daughters will be shipped off to fight in a foreign land. More of our taxpayer dollars will be wasted abroad instead of invested at home. Hegseth also said, quote, "We are accelerating, not decelerating." Hegseth said, "More bombers and more fighters are arriving just today." What is Hegseth talking about? Are we putting boots on the ground? Are we depleting our strategic munition reserves? Is there a time limit or limit to our engagement in Iran? How many parents watch their kids ship off and fight and die in Iraq and Afghanistan? How many sleepless nights did families have over the last 20 years worried about their loved ones? How many headlines did we watch over the decades of troops getting shot down, of convoys being attacked, of wounded soldiers returning home forever scarred by the horrors of war? How many billions of dollars were wasted? How much anguish and suffering and grief did America endure?
What's the fight for Israel?
Viewers, as the Israel-Iran war continues to jolt the entire West Asian region, we have fresh reports of attacks being reported in Turkey. In fact, we can also say thwarted in Turkey. Now, NATO has said that it shot down ballistic missiles which were fired by Iranian military in the Turkish airspace. Now, we do not know, we do not have a confirmation on what the actual target was, but the Turkish foreign minister has said, the defense minister has also said that the missile crossed territories, those of including Syria and Iraq, and then came into the Turkish airspace where that was shot down by NATO's air defense systems and missile intercepting systems. In fact, he's also said that he's in constant touch with NATO, and the Turkish authorities are coordinating with NATO to understand how this happened. They've also released a statement warning anybody that Turkey will take grave steps in case Turkey's sovereignty is questioned and is under danger. Take a look at this.
A ballistic missile allegedly fired by Iran was shot down by NATO air defense systems while heading towards the Turkish airspace. The Turkish president has said he is in constant touch with the NATO following the attempted strike.
Bu sabahki olayda olduğu gibi
NATO müttefiklerimizle yakın istişare içinde her türlü önlemi alıyoruz ve anında gerekli müdahalede bulunuyoruz. Bir daha benzer hadiselerin yaşanmaması için de uyarılarımızı en net biçimde yapıyoruz.
However, Irani forces have denied firing of any missiles towards Turkey, emphasizing that they respect the country's sovereignty. While it was not clear what the target of the missile was, the Turkish Defense Ministry has now revealed it crossed over Syria and Iraq before being destroyed by NATO. No casualties have been reported so far, but the Turkish president has said that the country reserves all the rights to respond to any hostile action against it.
Viewers, now quickly shifting focus to another breaking development that we're tracking from Azerbaijan. Now, just earlier today, we showed you the visuals of the Azerbaijan International Airport being in complete shambles because of Iranian drone strikes. We have further details into the matter. In fact, various drones also fell across the runways at the airport. In fact, the impact was so huge that these runways have been made dysfunctional because of the drone strikes. In fact, the asphalt on the surface of these runways has been completely damaged, completely eroded, and that alone tells you what the capability of a drone strike can look like. In fact, various drones rained down in various areas of the airport, including the main airport building. And now we're also learning, these are the visuals on your screens of the runway that has been completely damaged and destroyed because of a drone strike from the Iranian military. Now remember, Iran since day one is hell-bent on getting the entire Gulf region into the war. They are sucking the region in the war one by one. Today, Azerbaijan was under attack. Their international airport, a civilian, a commercial facility, was struck by various drones. In fact, on your screens, you can see the visuals of the runway at the Azerbaijan International Airport, and that alone is enough to tell you what is the capability of the drone strikes in question. The Iranian military has not said anything about these strikes as of now, but the runway now stands completely damaged, fully dysfunctional. No operations can be reported from the runway until the asphalt surface is fixed. That's the latest that we're learning in fact, today Republic was the first channel to also show you the exact visuals from also inside the Azerbaijan International Airport. We will in a few seconds also play those visuals for you that came in from inside the airport. And these are the visuals from outside the airport, the runway being completely damaged and brought to a standstill. Viewers, now we're shifting focus to look at the stories from a closer lens. This entire war is about aggression between militaries, but who comes in between? Who is the one who is facing the most amount of losses? It is the civilians on both sides. Look at these accounts of various civilians from different areas with just one thing to say. When will life come back to normal? These attacks completely unanticipated. People completely unprepared for the attacks to come. And now all they see is shattered glass, flattened buildings, and one hope that this will stop sometime soon, and one big fear for another missile to rain down on their homes. Take a look at this.
براسي إحساس شي قرص يعني بابتي مادية كنيا بابتي أوي كأتو سفري لكيديو أو كارثة الرودة لوي كتو لكوتي كارثة شي قرصي.
So when it first happened, like I just look over and I just see like glass, like all the windows broken. And I go outside to like the living room and I just see like all the windows are broken and I hear like yelling outside. So I go outside and I just see like people, like a bunch of people.
براسي إحساس شي قرص يعني بابتي مادية كنيا بابتي أوي كأتو سفري لكيديو أو كارثة الرودة لوي كتو لكوتي كارثة شي قرصي أو زنقي كهيز دا صلاة نا تدا ببلسين نا لانين نا هوكارين هذا بازي بعد شتێک دەدەین کە ئێمە نەمان کردی.
I just look over and I just like glass, like all windows broken. And I go outside to the living room and I just like all the windows are broken. And I hear like yelling. So when it first happened, like I just look over and I just like glass, like all windows broken. And I go outside to like the living room and I just like all the windows are broken. And I hear like yelling outside. So I go outside and I just see like people, like a bunch of people. Later I found out there was a drone right there and it was caught in the power lines. So that's why like the explosion wasn't as bad as it could have been. Like it could have been worse. 2:45 a.m. So one of the loudest things I've ever heard of in my life. There's an explosion. And so I quickly jump up and I woke up around 2:45 a.m. to one of the loudest bangs I've ever heard of in my life. It was an explosion. And so I quickly jump up and I see like all my windows are broken. And so then I go outside and I just see like a bunch of people, like 20-30 men, soldiers, who are just, you know, looking for something. I don't know what it is. I think they were looking for the drone.
Now let's quickly shift focus to a big twist that we're unraveling in the entire war. Now remember, just yesterday, Iran's IRIS Dana, a frigate, made an urgent port call with the Sri Lankan Navy. And in fact, that port call lasted about 11 hours, just about 40 nautical miles off of a Sri Lankan post. And even in those 11 hours, the Sri Lankan government did not give the permission to the Iranian frigate to dock at the Sri Lankan port. And because of that, the US submarine that was out to tackle this frigate hit it with a torpedo, killing at least 90 Iranian sailors on board. Now, viewers, it's very important to understand that an urgent port call is made in a dire situation where a ship or a naval vessel needs shelter from an attack or an adversity. And that also was not given. Now this question is being held up in the Sri Lankan parliament. And important questions like these are being asked by the SGP MP, Mujibur Rahman, who questioned the parliament regarding the IRIS Dana, the frigate, which was attacked by a US submarine just yesterday. A torpedo that went slashing through the frigate and killed about 90 Iranian sailors aboard. Now remember, today Iran and Sri Lanka are in talks for the repatriation of the bodies of these sailors. However, this frigate made a call for an urgent porting with Sri Lankan government, which went unanswered for 11 hours as this frigate remained stranded just about 40 nautical miles from the Sri Lankan port. That's the latest that we're picking up. Viewers, we're getting you all the latest developments that are taking place in the war that's ongoing in West Asia. In fact, imagery has been collected earlier today that shows oil floating on the water surface about 25 nautical miles west of Sri Lanka. We're getting you all the details and a lot more right after this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट, स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
प्लीज स्टॉप।
झुमका तेरा झुमका तेरा झुमका
नॉट देयर, मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा।
तेरा झुमका मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
There are a swathe of people in our country, Admiral Tripathi, who today want to do something. They may not be wearing the uniform, and I believe that they want to help the country achieve the target you want.
We created two standing task forces each under 2-star officers. So we said, you go out to the industry, you go out to the defense ecosystem, and you cull out what is it that it is useful to us. And therefore, we can then engage with you. All those who are working in the defense ecosystem and you've got any technology which you think is useful, could be useful for us, please reach out to us.
There are a swathe of people in our country, Admiral Tripathi, who today want to do something. They may not be wearing the uniform, and I believe that they want to help the country achieve the target you want.
We created two standing task forces each under 2-star officers. So we said, you go out to the industry, you go out to the defense ecosystem, and you cull out what is it that it is useful to us. And therefore, we can then engage with you. All those who are working in the defense ecosystem and you've got any technology which you think is useful, could be useful for us, please reach out to us.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Absolutely, we prefer the peace. And unfortunately,
They showed open hostility. This is very important.
Iranian ambassador speaks exclusively to Republic, accuses US and Israel of preferring war over peace. IRGC claims to have struck a US oil tanker near northern Persian Gulf. Iran threatens to target Israel's Dimona nuclear reactor if US and Israel seek to change regime in the country. Iran says US and Israel miscalculated. Iran claims to have inflicted very serious damage on both the countries. War reaches Indian Ocean. US torpedoes hit Iranian ship off Sri Lankan coast in Indian Ocean. Nitish Kumar confirms the Rajya Sabha entry, files and nomination papers while being accompanied by Home Minister Amit Shah and BJP Chief Nitin Abeen. Welcome viewers, you're watching Republic's rolling coverage on the war in West Asia. Now the latest we're getting is from Azerbaijan. The attack carried out as claimed by Azerbaijan. Now it says that the runway was damaged as a result of some drone strikes on Azerbaijan's Nakhchivan airport is the latest claim made by Azerbaijan. Remember, it's the war is now widening. More and more countries are now getting engulfed in this war. And this is the latest attack carried out as claimed by Azerbaijan by Iran on their airport. Those are the visuals. In fact, now they've come out and said that their runways have also been damaged in these drone attacks carried out by Iran, according to their claims. Now, viewers, we're getting you visuals of those attacks as well, and the damage carried out on the runways. This is the visual of those attacks and the aftermath of the drone strikes carried out by Iran as per the claims made by Azerbaijan. In fact, these are the visuals from inside the airport. Now, local officials have also reported some injuries to about 2 people. And this is exactly when the attack took place. This is the moment of the attack, viewers, on your screen. All right, viewers, those are the visuals on your screen from Azerbaijan. This is where the attack was carried out as claimed by Azerbaijan by Iranian drones. And these are the visuals that show you the damage caused by those drone attacks. Some runways, now Azerbaijan says, have been damaged in these attacks. And this is, in fact, the visual of the runway, which was damaged in the attack carried out by Iran as claimed by Azerbaijan. Now, viewers, what we're looking at on day 6 is more and more countries are now getting engulfed into this war. First, it was the Gulf states, then European countries had to enter, and now we're looking at an attack on Azerbaijan. All right, viewers, now let's get you some top visuals we're getting from the war zone areas right now. Those are some basic and some most dramatic visuals that have come out from the war zone areas. Let's take a look at them. In fact, starting with, so these are the attacks carried out by Iranian drones near the airport, Nakhchivan airport in Azerbaijan. These are the first visuals, viewers, we're getting on your screen. This is where drones have hit the airport terminal. Several more drones also hit other places. Another drone, in fact, hit Shekarabad village school. So those are the visuals of those attacks carried out. Now, this is the second visual on your screen. All right, viewers, we've got breaking news coming in. In fact, Prime Minister Modi has now spoken to French President Emmanuel Macron today. He says, we discussed our shared concerns over the evolving situation in West Asia and the need for a return to dialogue and diplomacy. Prime Minister says we will continue to engage closely and coordinate efforts towards the early restoration of peace and stability in the region. So Prime Minister Modi has been engaging with Gulf leaders as well, and right now he's spoken to French President Emmanuel Macron. He's discussed the evolving situation in the Middle East. He says we will continue to engage closely and coordinate towards effort that lead to restoration of peace and stability in Middle East. In fact, he also says we discussed our shared concerns over the evolving situation in the Middle East and the need for all the warring parties to return to dialogue and diplomacy. So that's the latest statement coming in from Prime Minister. He's already been engaging with the Gulf leaders, and just now we've got some updates regarding his conversation with the French leader Emmanuel Macron. He says he's discussed about the evolving situation in the Middle East. He's also laid out his concerns that how India is now batting for diplomacy for all the warring parties to go back to dialogue and to ensure that there is a restoration of peace and stability in the region. Both the leaders also talked about their shared concerns as the war continues to escalate in West Asia, and we're looking at Prime Minister Modi now holding a conversation with the French President Emmanuel Macron, both the leaders discussing their shared concerns. So viewers, that's the latest we're getting as far as the call between Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi and French President Emmanuel Macron goes. Both the leaders have now discussed their shared concerns regarding the war in West Asia. And now viewers, amid the escalating conflict in the Middle East, tensions are rising inside Iran as large crowds gather at Engelab Square following the death of their supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Now at the same time, Indian students stranded in Iran say that the situation on the ground is becoming increasingly dangerous, with several areas once considered safe now witnessing attacks as well. Take a look at this exclusive report from inside Iran that tells you about the ground situation.
Large crowds gathered at the Engelab Square in Tehran, one of the city's central locations. People assembled amid rising tensions as the war in the Middle East continues to intensify. Meanwhile, Indian students stuck in Iran requested the Indian government for evacuation as quickly as possible.
रिलोकेट किया था स्टूडेंट्स को, उन जगहों पर भी अब हमले हो रहे हैं और जो सिटीज़ सेफ थी वहाँ पर भी हमले हो रहे हैं और हम ये रिक्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं कि हमें यहाँ से सब स्टूडेंट्स को इवैक्यूएट किया जाए ताकि सब स्टूडेंट्स सेफ रहें। अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह अभी तक सब स्टूडेंट्स ठीक हैं, किसी को कोई नुकसान नहीं पहुँचा है, लेकिन सब स्टूडेंट्स यहाँ पैनिक हो रहे हैं क्योंकि जिन जगहों पर उनको रिलोकेट किया गया वहाँ पर भी हमले हुए हैं। वी रिक्वेस्ट यू टू इवैक्यूएट ऑल द स्टूडेंट्स।
Several students were earlier relocated to safer areas, but those locations are also witnessing strikes.
Student from Iran, I request Indian governments from all the students that please evacuate as soon as possible क्योंकि students बहुत ज़्यादा टेंशन में हैं। आपने relocation की थी, relocation जहाँ पे की वहाँ पे भी attacks हो रहे हैं। उर्मिया में कल बहुत ज़्यादा strikes चल रही थी। Students are very worried.
With tensions escalating and attacks continuing across the region, stranded foreign nationals are increasingly seeking evacuation assistance.
And now viewers, the war in West Asia is no longer just escalating. It is now approaching India's strategic neighborhood. Just a few nautical miles into the Indian Ocean, a US submarine has struck an Iranian warship off the southern coast of Sri Lanka. The vessel, identified as Iranian frigate Iris was returning to Iran from an eastern Indian port when it was hit. Now, dozens of sailors are feared dead. In fact, over 84 bodies have been recovered from the waters. Now, US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has described the operation as quite a death. Here are more details on that. Take a look.
bodies of 87 Iranian sailors were transported to the Karapitiya hospital in Gale, Sri Lanka. This after a US submarine torpedoed the Iranian warship IRGC Naval 300 kilometers away from Kanyakumari. 32 Iranian sailors were rescued and were being treated at the hospital, and about 60 people are missing. The attack shows the warship being hit by a huge explosion which blew apart the rear of the vessel. United States Secretary of War Pete Hegseth has confirmed attacking the Iranian ship off the Indian coast.
Turns out the regime who chanted death to America and death to Israel was gifted death from America and death from Israel. This is not a so-called regime change war, but the regime sure did change, and the world is better off for it.
Take a look at what Iran's response to this is. Hours after the incident, the Iranian envoy to India also spoke exclusively to Republic.
Absolutely, we prefer the peace. And unfortunately, they showed open hostility. This is very important.
The warship IRGC Naval was heading back to Iran from an eastern Indian port after completing a joint naval exercise in Visakhapatnam.
While doing search operation, we found people floating on the floating in the water and rescued them. And later on, subsequently, when we inquired them, we found that those people are belonging to the Iranian ship, and we understood that they need prompt medical attention, and we swiftly transferred them to the Karapitiya Teaching Hospital, and right now they are undergoing medical treatment. So we still continuing the search and rescue operation in that particular area.
With the strike taking place close to India's maritime zone, the widening conflict is right at our doorstep. As more nations get drawn into the crisis, the Indian Ocean is fast emerging as the next flashpoint in an expanding war.
And now viewers, civilians are near targeted zones in Erbil, Baghdad and other areas describe terrifying ordeals. Homes shaking violently from explosions, shattered glass everywhere and thick smoke, the smell of gunpowder and the constant fear of more strikes. One victim captured the devastation simply saying, "All I see are broken windows," a poignant symbol of lives affected by the ongoing war. Now viewers, this comes after Iran launched retaliatory missile and drone attacks across the Middle East, including US military sites in Iraq. Take a look at this detailed report.
براسي إحساس الشقرس يعني بابتي مادية كنيا بابتي أوي كأتو سفر إذا كيديو أو كارثة الرودة لوي كتو ليكوتي كارثة شقرسي.
So when it first happened, like I just look over and I just see like glass, like all windows broken. And I go outside to like the living room and I just see like all the windows are broken and I hear like yelling outside. So I go outside and I just see like people, like a bunch of people.
براسي إحساس الشقرس يعني بابتي مادية كنيا بابتي أوي كأتو سفر إذا كيديو أو كارثة الرودة لوي كتو ليكوتي كارثة شقرسي أو زنقي كهيز دصلات نا تدابت بالسي نا لانين نا هوكارين هذا بازي اشتاق دين كأمانة ما كرديها.
I just look over and I just like glass, like all windows broken. And I go outside to like the living room and I just like all the windows are broken. And I hear like yelling. So when it first happened, like I just look over and I just see like glass, like all windows broken. And I go outside to like the living room and I just see like all the windows are broken. And I hear like yelling outside. So I go outside and I just see like people, like a bunch of people. Later I found out there was a drone right there and it was caught in the power lines. So that's why like the explosion wasn't as bad as it could have been. Like it could have been worse. 2:45 a.m. to one of the loudest bangs I've ever heard of in my life. It was an explosion. And so I quickly jump up, and I woke up around 2:45 a.m. to one of the loudest bangs I've ever heard of in my life. It was an explosion. And so I quickly jump up, and I see like all my windows are broken. And so then I go outside, and I just see like a bunch of people, like 20, 30 men, soldiers, who are just, you know, looking for something. I don't know what it is. I think they were looking for the drone.
And now, viewers, tensions in the Middle East are now directly impacting Indian lives and global shipping lanes. As the Iran-Israel conflict escalates, dozens of Indian vessels are now stranded near the Strait of Hormuz, one of the world's most crucial oil transit routes. Now, to give you some numbers, 36 Indian-flagged ships are currently struck across the Persian Gulf. This as Iran moves to block the Strait of Hormuz following the US and Israeli strikes on its military and nuclear sites. These vessels include 6 crude oil tankers, 10 LPG carriers, 1 LNG carrier, 3 container ships and 2 bulk cargo vessels. They're carrying vital energy and commercial cargo. Now, at least 12 Indian ships are also positioned east to the Strait of Hormuz, while 24 remain west of the strait. Alarmingly, 12 Indian vessels are also located dangerously close to the active war zone. The crisis here has also left around 23,000 Indian sailors and maritime workers stranded across the Gulf region. 2 Indian seafarers, including Ashish Kumar and Dalip Singh, have also been killed. This is after an oil tanker Skylight was struck in the Gulf of Oman. Now, viewers, with the Strait of Hormuz handling nearly 1/5 of the world's oil supply, the blockade has triggered a surge in global crude prices and intensified fears of further maritime attacks. So this is the impact we're looking at, not just on global oil supplies, but also specifically on Indian ships which are stranded near the Strait of Hormuz, some also located dangerously close to war zone. All right, viewers, now also getting some breaking news. Heavy destruction has now been reported in Khurramabad, Iran, following the US-Israeli strikes. We're getting you visuals, and you can see the extensive damage that has been caused by the US and Israeli strikes on Khurramabad in Iran. You're looking at rescue operations underway. People are taking the injured to some hospitals to get some treatment, but this is the aftermath of the fresh wave of attacks carried out by the US and Israel in Khurramabad. Let's take a look at those visuals. All right, viewers, moving on. The United Kingdom is now continuing defensive air operations across the Middle East. And this comes after a UK airbase in Cyprus was attacked at midnight on 2nd of March. Now, however, the Ministry of Defense has confirmed that Shahid-like drone was in fact not launched from Iran. Nevertheless, the United Kingdom is sending in more reinforcements to strengthen the defense of Cyprus. More details about the extent of UK's involvement in the war in the coming report. Take a look.
The escalating war in West Asia has entered day 6 and more nations are being drawn into it, directly or indirectly. One of the first entrants into the war was the United Kingdom. This after a Royal Air Force base in Cyprus was bombed on the 2nd of March. Following this, Prime Minister Keir Starmer stated that Britain is deploying helicopters with counter-drone capabilities and the HMS Dragon to the region. The ship was seen in the dry dock of the Portsmouth harbour in southern England, preparing for its deployment. Listen in to what Starmer has to say on the United Kingdom's role in the ongoing war.
American planes are operating out of British bases. That is the special relationship in action. British jets are shooting down drones and missiles to protect American lives in the Middle East on our joint bases. That is the special relationship in action. Sharing intelligence every day to keep our people safe. That is the special relationship in action. Hanging on to President Trump's latest words is not the special relationship.
However, on the 4th of March, the British Ministry of Defence said that the drone that attacked the airbase in Cyprus was not launched from Iran. The statement further said Royal Navy Wildcat choppers will be arriving in Cyprus soon. Meanwhile, RAF Typhoon and F-35B jets are also maintaining defensive air positions in the region. The United Kingdom has also allowed US bombers to use its bases to attack targets in Iran. Starmer has re-emphasized that his priority is the protection of UK nationals.
We need to act, therefore, with clarity, with purpose, and with a cool head. The protection of UK nationals is our number one priority. And we're taking action to reduce the threat, with planes in the sky in the region, intercepting incoming strikes, deploying more capability to Cyprus, and allowing US planes to use UK bases to take out Iran's capability to strike. What I was not prepared to do on Saturday was for the UK to join a war unless I was satisfied there was a lawful basis and a viable, thought-through plan. That remains my position.
However, as per reports that quote official sources, Britain has not ruled out joining in future strikes against Iranian ballistic missile launch sites. As a result, the United Kingdom's role in the war might drastically increase in the coming days as the war in the Middle East shows no signs of dying down.
Alright viewers, on the other side, Iran says the US and Israel miscalculated and it has inflicted serious damage on their assets.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University. चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट? स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसान, अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Absolutely, we prefer the peace. And unfortunately, they showed open hostility. This is very important.
Iranian ambassador speaks exclusively to Republic TV, accuses United States of America and Israel of preferring war over peace. IRGC claims to have struck United States of America oil tanker near the northern Persian Gulf. Iran threatens to target Israel's Dimona nuclear reactor if US and Israel seek to change regime in Iran. Iran says US and Israel miscalculated. Iran claims to have inflicted serious damage. War reaches Indian Ocean. US torpedoes Iranian ship off the Sri Lankan coast in Indian Ocean. Nitish Kumar confirms Rajya Sabha entry, files nomination papers while being accompanied by Home Minister Amit Shah and BJP Chief Nitin Nabi. Getting in some breaking news right now with a claim that has been made by the Iranian Revolutionary Guard that they've shot down an American F-16 Strike Eagle fighter over the southwestern borders. In fact, this is a claim that has been refuted by the Americans, saying that these are rumors that are basically doing the rounds. But the IRGC has put out an official claim that an F-15 has been struck. In fact, these are pictures that have been put out by the Iranians, where they're essentially saying that an F-15 has been struck. Satellite imagery coming in of Azerbaijan that has also been hit. In fact, Azerbaijan says that they've intercepted ballistic missiles. Just a quick wrap of what we know so far in terms of how things have panned out in the last 24 hours. In fact, we have seen multiple sites that have been targeted by the Iranians. As far as the missiles that have been intercepted over UAE, 128 ballistic missiles have been intercepted so far. In fact, getting in some more details with regards to the attack that has been carried out by the Iranian, where the attack by the Iranian drones that have been carried out in Azerbaijan. In fact, this is a response that is now coming in from Azerbaijan, where they've condemned the act, saying this is a disgusting terrorist act, and stated that those who carried it out should be held accountable. In fact, Azerbaijani armed forces were basically instructed to prepare and implement retaliatory measures after this attack. All units of the Azerbaijani armed forces have been put on high alert. Now, in fact, these are the latest images now coming in of the attack that has taken place. In fact, Iranians haven't really put out an official claim with regards to whether at all this was a ballistic missile that was fired by them.
Viewers, even as the war intensifies in West Asia, Europe is now beginning to move military assets closer to the conflict zone. Spain, which had earlier opposed the war, is now sending a naval warship to the eastern Mediterranean. The Spanish Defense Ministry says the deployment will place its forces alongside a French aircraft carrier and Greek naval ships near Cyprus. Here's a report. Take a look.
The war in West Asia is now entering a new phase, and Europe is beginning to move military assets closer to the conflict zone. Spain, which had earlier called for diplomacy, is now preparing for a military deployment. The Spanish Defense Ministry says Madrid will send a naval frigate to Cyprus. The warship will join a French aircraft carrier group along with naval ships from Greece. The deployment will position European naval forces in the eastern Mediterranean. Just miles from the escalating conflict zone, Cyprus has now become a key strategic hub as Western allies position forces around the widening war. UK's Royal Air Force base on the island was attacked earlier. As the conflict deepens and military deployments increase, the West Asia war is now drawing more global powers closer to the front lines.
Viewers, now quickly shifting focus to a breaking development from the war. Sirens are being heard in Jerusalem city. You can see people, various people, Jews and Arabs and everyone else going to take shelter inside their homes and in shelter houses. These are the visuals on your screens just from today morning, where sirens were heard in Jerusalem city. You can see people scrambling on the streets, running around and going to the quickest shelter possible. At a time when countries are at war, Jerusalem has now sounded sirens of missiles raining. Listen in to the ambient sound of this visual to understand what's happening.
Too wide, man. Picture the people also.
Viewers, the war in West Asia has entered its sixth day, with Iran now threatening to attack Israel's nuclear plant in Dimona if US and Israel try to effect any regime change in Iran. Amid this escalating war, civilians in a nearby nation are losing their residences and livelihoods. Take a look at this report that gets you all the details into how civilians actually become the pawn dogs of any war possible.
The war in West Asia is showing no signs of slowing down. And civilians in neighboring countries are paying the price as fire rains down from the sky.
So I woke up around 2:45 a.m. to one of the loudest bangs I've ever heard of in my life. It was an explosion. And so I quickly jump up and I see like all my windows are broken. And so then I go outside and I just see like a bunch of people, like 20, 30 men, soldiers, who are just, looking for something. I don't know what it is. I think they were looking for the drone.
Residents of Erbil, the capital of the semi-autonomous Kurdish region in northern Iraq, are waking up to explosions from drones and missiles every day.
So when it first happened, I just look over and I just see glass, all the windows broken. And I go outside to the living room and I just see all the windows are broken and I hear yelling outside. So I go outside and I just see people, a bunch of people. Later I found out there was a drone right there and it was caught in the power lines. So that's why the explosion wasn't as bad as it could have been. It could have been worse.
The drones and missiles are destroying residences and public infrastructure in the Gulf nations, and Iraq, being closest to the epicenter of the war, is bearing the brunt.
Viewers, shifting focus to another breaking development, this time that we're tracking from Lebanon. Now, the Prime Minister of Lebanon is demanding that all individuals connected to the IRGC not only be arrested, but also expelled back to Iran. In fact, in addition, the Lebanese government has cancelled visa-free entry for Iranian citizens, requiring them to now obtain a visa before entering Lebanon. A complete flip in the earlier script of this war that began just 6 days back. Now, the Prime Minister of Lebanon is demanding that all individuals connected to the IRGC be arrested and also expelled back to Iran. This is huge. Now, remember, viewers, it comes in between the skirmish of Hezbollah standing with Iran, standing to defend Iran against Israeli and US aggression. And now Hezbollah, that actually operates out of southern Lebanon, is stranded because the Lebanese government has said no more to these activities. In fact, this also comes as Israel trespassed the borders of southern Lebanon just day before yesterday and entered their territory. Today also drone strikes were reported at military establishments in Lebanon and even Hezbollah establishments. And now the Prime Minister of Lebanon has demanded that all individuals that are connected to the IRGC be arrested and expelled back to Iran. In fact, in addition, the Lebanese government has also cancelled visa-free entry for Iranian citizens, requiring them to now obtain a visa legally before entering the Lebanese territory. This comes as a complete flip in the ongoing war. Viewers, now doesn't take a genius to understand that in any war, in any military aggression between two players, the people who actually get caught in between are the unarmed civilians, both sides of the borders. Now, civilians near the targeted zones in Erbil, Baghdad and other areas describe the terrifying ordeals. Homes shaking violently from explosions, shattered glass everywhere, thick smoke and the smell of gunpowder and the constant fear of more strikes. One victim captured the devastation simply by by saying, "All I see are broken windows," a very poignant symbol of lives upended by war, with windows blown out by blast waves from nearby hits on bases that host the US forces. This comes after Iran launched retaliatory missile and drone strikes across the West Asian region, including on US military sites in Iraq, but also civilian and commercial establishments. Take a look.
إحساسك قرصاني بابتي مادية كنيا بابتي أوي كأتو سفر إذا كيديو أو كارثة الرودة لوي كتو ليكوتي كارثة تشي قرصي.
So when it first happened, like I just look over and I just see like glass, like all the windows broken, and I go outside to like the living room and I just see like all the windows are broken and I hear like yelling outside. So I go outside and I just see like people, like a bunch of people.
براسي إحساسك قرصاني بابتي مادية كنيا بابتي أوي كأتو سفر إذا كيديو أو كارثة الرودة لوي كتو ليكوتي كارثة تشي قرصي أو زنقي كهيز دا صلاة نا تدابت بالسي نا لانين نا هوكارين هذا بعض اشتاق دين كأمانة ما كرديها.
I just look over and I just like glass, like all windows broken. And I go outside to like the living room and I just like all the windows are broken and I hear like yelling. So when it first happened, like I just look over and I just see like glass, like all windows broken. And I go outside to like the living room and I just see like all the windows are broken and I hear like yelling outside. So I go outside and I just see like people, like a bunch of people. Later I found out there was a drone right there and it was caught in the power lines. So that's why like the explosion wasn't as bad as it could have been. Like it could have been worse. 2:45 a.m. to one of the loudest things I've ever heard of in my life. It was an explosion. And so I quickly jump up and I woke up around 2:45 a.m. to one of the loudest bangs I've ever heard of in my life. It was an explosion. And so I quickly jump up and I see like all my windows are broken. And so then I go outside and I just see like a bunch of people, like 20, 30 men, soldiers, who are just, you know, looking for something. I don't know what it is. I think they were looking for the drone.
Viewers, now quickly shifting focus, continuing with what we were discussing, the civilians being caught between the war. Now, in fact, civilians near targeted zones were attacked. In fact, now Iran has come up with certain numbers. Iran has said that about 1,200 civilians have been killed. The death toll has now risen to over 1,200 in the war that's ongoing between Israel, US on one side and Iran on the other. At least 1,200 people have been killed on the side of the Iranian borders. That's the latest statement that has come out from the side of the Iranian authorities. And viewers, remember the death toll in Iran has now crossed the 1,000 mark. The estimated number exactly is near about 12,030. The death toll that is in Iranian side of the border alone. We do not have any more details on the injuries, but the death toll has now crossed the 1,000 mark and has reached a staggering 1,230 as of now on the side of the Iranian border. Now remember, these are the visuals on your screens where the Israeli Defense Forces struck different military bases across Iran. Also, civilian and commercial areas were caught between the crossfire and the constant barrage of missiles. In fact, we also saw visuals of Tehran, the capital city of Iran, being carpet bombed by Israeli Defense Forces, in fact, including various other cities in Iran, which were flattened by Israeli aggression. Viewers, shifting focus, now the United Kingdom is continuing defensive air operations across the West Asian region. This comes after a UK airbase in Cyprus was attacked at midnight on the 2nd of March. However, the Ministry of Defense has confirmed that the Shahid-like drone was in fact not launched from Iran. Nevertheless, the UK is sending in more reinforcement to strengthen its defense of the Cyprus region. More details about the extent of UK's involvement in the war in this upcoming report. Take a look.
The escalating war in West Asia has entered day 6 and more nations are being drawn into it, directly or indirectly. One of the first entrants into the war was the United Kingdom. This after a Royal Air Force base in Cyprus was bombed on the 2nd of March. Following this, Prime Minister Keir Starmer stated that Britain is deploying helicopters with counter-drone capabilities and the HMS Dragon to the region. The ship was seen in the dry dock of the Portsmouth harbour in southern England, preparing for its deployment. Listen in to what Starmer has to say on the United Kingdom's role in the ongoing war.
American planes are operating out of British bases. That is the special relationship in action. British jets are shooting down drones and missiles to protect American lives in the Middle East on our joint bases. That is the special relationship in action. Sharing intelligence every day to keep our people safe. That is the special relationship in action. Hanging on to President Trump's latest words is not the special relationship.
However, on the 4th of March, the British Ministry of Defense said that the drone that attacked the airbase in Cyprus was not launched from Iran. The statement further said Royal Navy Wildcat choppers will be arriving in Cyprus soon. Meanwhile, RAF Typhoon and F-35B jets are also maintaining defensive air positions in the region. The United Kingdom has also allowed US bombers to use its bases to attack targets in Iran. Starmer has re-emphasized that his priority is the protection of UK nationals.
We need to act, therefore, with clarity, with purpose, and with a cool head. The protection of UK nationals is our #1 priority. And we're taking action to reduce the threat with planes in the sky in the region, intercepting incoming strikes, deploying more capability to Cyprus, and allowing US planes to use UK bases to take out Iran's capability to strike. What I was not prepared to do on Saturday was for the UK to join a war unless I was satisfied there was a lawful basis and a viable, thought-through plan. That remains my position.
However, as per reports that quote official sources, Britain has not ruled out joining in future strikes against Iranian ballistic missile launch sites. As a result, the United Kingdom's role in the war might drastically increase in the coming days as the war in the Middle East shows no signs of dying down.
And with that, viewers, we call it a wrap on this edition of the News Bulletin. But don't go anywhere. On the other side, Iran has said that US and Israel highly miscalculated Iranian claims to have inflicted very serious damage on their military establishments. We're getting you all the details into what's unfolding in West Asia, minute by minute. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
يا نعش اللي يشيل الشيعة سرتنا طاح المرتفع.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट।
अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात।
वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है?
अरे मेरे राजा
राजा और प्योर मसाला।
Largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching our special coverage. The war in Middle East has entered the 6th day. Far from over. In fact, the military conflict has only widened, with Iran now daring United States of America that if it continues, that they are not going to leave any stone unturned. Let me take you through the headlines we're tracking at this.
Iran denies targeting Azerbaijan, accuses Israel of carrying out the attacks. Iran maintains chokehold over the Strait of Hormuz, says it is closed for US ally vessels. US-Israeli strikes raise 12,000-seat indoor sports complex in Tehran. Abbas Araghchi says US will bitterly regret precedent it has set by attacking an Iranian vessel in international waters. Iran threatens to target Israel's Dimona nuclear reactor if US and Israel seek to change regime in Iran.
What is it about? Well, the war is no longer just escalating. It is now approaching India's strategic neighborhood. Just a few nautical miles into the Indian Ocean, US submarine has reportedly struck an Iranian ship. In fact, it turns out that it is the same Iranian ship which had participated in International Fleet Review and on the invitation of the Indian Navy also participated in a multilateral exercise called the Miller. On its way back home, that's when the Iranian vessel was struck by a submarine of United States of America. Questions essentially being raised about the strike that has taken place in international waters. Now, as per the Geneva Convention, it happens to be a clear violation. In fact, as we speak, Several sailors have already been rescued by the Sri Lankan Navy, but no official statement yet being released by the Sri Lankans.
The bodies of 87 Iranian sailors were transported to the Karapitiya hospital in Gale, Sri Lanka. This after a US submarine torpedoed the Iranian warship IRGC Naval 300 kilometers away from Kanyakumari. 32 Iranian sailors were rescued and were being treated at the hospital, and about 60 people are missing. The attack shows the warship being hit by a huge explosion which blew apart the rear of the vessel. United States Secretary of War Pete Hegseth has confirmed attacking the Iranian ship off the Indian coast.
Turns out the regime who chanted death to America and death to Israel was gifted death from America and death from Israel. This is not a so-called regime change war, but the regime sure did change, and the world is better off for it.
Take a look at what Iran's response to this is. Hours after the incident, the Iranian envoy to India also spoke exclusively to Republic.
Absolutely, we prefer the peace. And unfortunately, they showed open hostility. This is very important.
The warship IRGC Naval was heading back to Iran from an eastern Indian port after completing a joint naval exercise in Visakhapatnam.
While doing search operation, we found people floating on the floating in the water and rescued them. And later on, subsequently, when we inquired them, we found that those people are belonging to the Iranian ship, and we understood that they need prompt medical attention, and we swiftly transferred them to the Karapitiya Teaching Hospital, and right now they are undergoing medical treatment. So we still continue in the search and rescue operation in that particular area.
With the strike taking place close to India's maritime zone, the widening conflict is right at our doorstep. As more nations get drawn into the crisis, the Indian Ocean is fast emerging as the next flashpoint in an expanding war.
Viewers, now keeping on to the tensions in West Asia, UK continues its air defense in West Asian regions. Now, this comes just 2 days after Cyprus was struck. In fact, it houses some of the most vital military bases and facilities of the United Kingdom Royal Air Force.
Well, in fact, Yesu, United Kingdom finds itself in a tight spot, with the Israelis now calling UK Prime Minister is one of the weakest leader. This comes after a joint statement that was issued by United Kingdom and a few other countries. But the position that has essentially been taken by the United Kingdom seems to have now irked not only the Israelis, but also the Americans.
In fact, they've also said
the escalating war in West Asia has entered day 6 and more nations are being drawn into it, directly or indirectly. One of the first entrants into the war was the United Kingdom. This after a Royal Air Force base in Cyprus was bombed on the 2nd of March. Following this, Prime Minister Keir Starmer stated that Britain is deploying helicopters with counter-drone capabilities and the HMS Dragon to the region. The ship was seen in the dry dock of the Portsmouth harbour in southern England, preparing for its deployment. Listen in to what Starmer has to say on the United Kingdom's role in the ongoing war.
American planes are operating out of British bases. That is the special relationship in action. British jets are shooting down drones and missiles to protect American lives in the Middle East on our joint bases. That is the special relationship in action. Sharing intelligence every day to keep our people safe. That is the special relationship in action. Hanging on to President Trump's latest words is not the special relationship.
However, on the 4th of March, the British Ministry of Defense said that the drone that attacked the airbase in Cyprus was not launched from Iran. The statement further said Royal Navy Wildcat choppers will be arriving in Cyprus soon. Meanwhile, RAF Typhoon and F-35B jets are also maintaining defensive air positions in the region. The United Kingdom has also allowed US bombers to use its bases to attack targets in Iran. Starmer has re-emphasized that his priority is the protection of UK nationals.
We need to act, therefore, with clarity, with purpose, and with a cool head. The protection of UK nationals is our #1 priority. And we're taking action to reduce the threat with planes in the sky in the region, intercepting incoming strikes, deploying more capability to Cyprus, and allowing US planes to use UK bases to take out Iran's capability to strike. What I was not prepared to do on Saturday was for the UK to join a war unless I was satisfied there was a lawful basis and a viable, thought-through plan. That remains my position.
However, as per reports that quote official sources, Britain has not ruled out joining in future strikes against Iranian ballistic missile launch sites. As a result, the United Kingdom's role in the war might drastically increase in the coming days as the war in the Middle East shows no signs of dying down.
The conflict in West Asia is widening, with more countries now stepping into the conflict, and not just from the Gulf region, but also West and the Europe are stepping in now.
Well, in fact, it's no longer just limited to United States of America, Israel and Iran. It seems that other countries have also been dragged in. As far as countries like Australia, Italy and New Zealand are concerned, Australia, along with Italy, have all decided that more warships would be sent across. In fact, this was an announcement that was made by the Italian president with regards to what exactly would be the way forward and how exactly would they be augmenting their position in the area.
Global concern is mounting as the conflict between Israel and Iran threatens to expand beyond the region. Several countries are now mobilizing military assets and emergency response teams to protect their citizens and strategic interests. Australia has deployed military assets to the Middle East as part of contingency planning. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese confirmed that crisis response teams have already been sent to the region.
Australia stands with the brave people of Iran in their struggle against what is an oppressive regime. Ayatollah Khamenei was responsible for the regime's ballistic missile and nuclear program, support for armed proxies, and its brutal acts of violence and intimidation against its own people. This claimed countless lives in Iran, but also internationally. He was responsible for orchestrating attacks on Australian soil. His passing will not be mourned.
Canberra says the move is aimed at assisting and evacuating around 115,000 Australian citizens if the situation deteriorates. New Zealand has also stepped up preparations. Wellington has ordered 2 military aircraft to the Middle East region.
Well, along with the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I've announced that the New Zealand Defence Force is pre-deploying 2 of our new Hercules aircraft into the region at the appropriate time, once it's safe for them to get in there. And so we are urging New Zealanders based in the Middle East to register with Safe Travel and to let us know through that, and also the consular service, if they would like to leave at some stage so they can be taken out of harm's way.
Italy is also addressing the possibility of sending anti-drone defense systems to the region. Meanwhile, European nations are strengthening defenses in the Mediterranean. Britain, France and Greece have deployed air defenses forces to Cyprus after drones targeted the Raf Akturi base on the island. With multiple countries now moving troops, aircraft and defense systems into the region, fears are growing that the Middle East crisis could transform into a much wider international conflict.
Quickly shifting focus to a breaking development that we're tracking now. The US Central Command has issued fresh visuals that are coming in from their strikes in Iranian territories, deep inside Iranian territories, hitting the country's facilities. This is the visual, the video that has been released by US's Central Command. The Iranian regime's ability to impact US forces and regional partners is rapidly declining. That's the statement coming in from US's Central Command.
Well, in fact, the objective of the Americans at this stage is to basically neutralize the entire leadership of the IRGC. And not just that, as far as nuclear facilities are also concerned, there has been a direct attack that has essentially taken place, trying to cripple the ability of the regime to carry forward any nuclear capability for that matter. In fact, as far as the Americans and Israelis are concerned, they are saying that this is just the beginning. In fact, the mission is far from over. In a short while from now, we're expecting some sort of a briefing to take place at the Pentagon, which would essentially give us what has been achieved by US and Israel in the strikes that have been carried out so far. In fact, the Iranians have also put up a strong fight here. They say that their target is simply military bases of the United States of America. A strong response really coming in from the Iranian foreign minister after an Iranian ship was basically targeted off Sri Lankan coast. They're saying that the response is going to be harder. The entire focus right now is on who exactly will take over after Ayatollah Khamenei, whether at all it is going to be his son. That's the deliberation that's still going on. In fact, it seems that there is a division of opinion as far as who exactly takes forward, keeping in mind that some reports essentially suggesting that if at all Ayatollah Khamenei's son takes over, that he would be the prime target of the Americans' case.
Right, Shravan. In fact, viewers, let's quickly also take a look at the 10 defining visuals of the war so far. Now, remember, the war that is in its 6th day. These are the 10 most striking visuals that have come in from today that help you understand the gravity of the assault. Now, the first video that we're talking about on your screens, this shows the missile strike that destroyed about 12,000-seat indoor arena at Tehran's Azadi complex. Now, a missile strike that destroyed the entire arena inside Tehran's Azadi Sports Complex on Thursday morning following attacks by the US and Israel. In fact, all sections of this indoor hall and surrounding buildings at the complex were completely flattened. Previously, there were also reports that authorities were using some stadiums and sports venues in various cities to gather and station military and security forces, as well as equipment and vehicles and other armament. Now, let's move on to the second video, the second most defining visual that we're seeing.
Well, in fact, this is a strike that was carried out by United States of America. The Iranian city of Sanandaj, which is near the Imam Ali base in Dushan, which is close to the Kurdish border. In fact, several facilities have now been targeted by the Iranians. Particularly, we are given to understand, which is the IRGC military facilities that have been targeted, Kesu.
Yes, exactly. And moving on to the third visual that we have on your screens. Now, this shows a US oil tanker that was hit by a missile in the northern Persian Gulf. This oil tanker was hit by the IRGC naval forces in the northern Persian Gulf just this morning, and it is currently still on fire. We had previously also stated that based on international laws and regulations, during wartime, the rules of traffic through the Strait of Hormuz will be under the control of the Islamic Republic of Iran, a statement that came out just this morning. In fact, they also threatened that everybody must comply with the restrictions that are being put in place by the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Well, in fact, the other video comes in from Azerbaijan, where the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has strongly condemned the drone attacks that were basically carried out from the territory of Iran. Now, a statement has been issued where the ministry has emphasized that Azerbaijan strongly condemns these drone attacks that have been launched from Iranian territory. Iran, in fact, has denied that it fired a drone on Azerbaijan.
Viewers, this on your screens is the first footage of Israel's F-35 fighter jet being shot down by Iranian fighter jet Yak-130, Yak-130. And this skirmish looks like a dogfight, the visual that's playing on your screens between the US and the Iran coming face to face with their fighter jets.
Fire continues to blaze in Fujairah oil depot in the UAE. The focus has largely been on various ports that have now been targeted by the Iranians. And in fact, it turns out that in the Strait of Hormuz itself, only vessels that are now being allowed to move is essentially coming in from China and Russia. All countries, United States of America as well as Europe, have completely been barred from making any movement in the Strait of Hormuz.
Right, the seventh most defining visual, viewers, on your screens. You can see interceptions of the Iranian missiles. Now remember, even after Israel's Iron Dome being fully applied and being fully capable, Tehran's missiles have still managed to strike through the Israeli airspace. And these are the visuals of interception taking place in live time over the Israeli airspace.
Well, let's now take you through this image coming in where the spokesperson from the Israeli military says that it's Air Force. In fact, this is the ballistic missiles that have been fired is what we are given to understand. And this is coming in from Qom in Iran, where they say that a spokesperson from the Israeli military has said that the Air Force has destroyed a ballistic missile platform that had been preparing to launch an attack. Now, in fact, the IDF has essentially harped on the fact that they are basically striking those facilities which have been preparing to strike Israel and the neighboring countries.
Viewers, now looking at the ninth visual. This is from Bandar Abbas in Iran, where a missile strike can be seen near the IRGC's naval base. Now remember, Israel also said that it is only coming after Iran's military establishments and anything else, any other facility that stands behest the Iranian regime, which Israel is now out to flatten. This is the ninth visual on your screens.
Well, powerful explosions have also been reported near the IRGC. In fact, the IDF strike that has taken place is from Hezbollah. In fact, we have had a confirmation coming in from the IDF that the terrorist cell operating from the headquarters in southern Lebanon was basically eliminated. The 91st Division forces identified several terrorists from Hezbollah terror group entering a building that served as their headquarters in the operational area of the forces in southern Lebanon.
Viewers, now amid the escalating conflict in West Asia, tensions are rising inside Tehran as well as large crowds gathered at the Engelab Square following the killing of the Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei. Now also Indian students explain the ordeal of what it means to be stuck in a foreign land in between an ongoing conflict.
Well, in fact, images that have basically come in from Iran clearly goes on to indicate that there is a swelling of crowd in various cities. In fact, not just limited to Tehran, but also other cities like Isfahan, where we have seen large crowds gathering there. Now, this is a report coming in from a partner network, CGTN.
Large crowds gathered at the Engelab Square in Tehran, one of the city's central locations. People assembled amid rising tensions as the war in the Middle East continues to intensify. Meanwhile, Indian students stuck in Iran requested the Indian government for evacuation as quickly as possible.
रिलोकेट किया था स्टूडेंट्स को, उन जगहों पर भी अब हमले हो रहे हैं और जो सिटीज़ सेफ थी वहाँ पर भी हमले हो रहे हैं और हम ये रिक्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं कि हमें यहाँ से सब स्टूडेंट्स को इवैक्यूएट किया जाए ताकि सब स्टूडेंट्स सेफ रहें। अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह अभी तक सब स्टूडेंट्स ठीक हैं, किसी को कोई नुकसान नहीं पहुँचा है, लेकिन सब स्टूडेंट्स यहाँ पैनिक हो रहे हैं क्योंकि जिन जगहों पर उनको रिलोकेट किया गया वहाँ पर भी हमले हुए हैं। वी रिक्वेस्ट यू टू इवैक्यूएट ऑल द स्टूडेंट्स।
Several students were earlier relocated to safer areas, but those locations are also witnessing strikes.
Student from Iran. I request Indian governments from all the students that please evacuate as soon as possible क्योंकि students बहुत ज़्यादा tension में हैं. आपने relocation की थी, relocation जहाँ पे की वहाँ पे भी attacks हो रहे हैं. उर्मिया में कल बहुत ज़्यादा strikes चल रही थी. Students are very worried.
With tensions escalating and attacks continuing across the region, stranded foreign nationals are increasingly seeking evacuation assistance.
Viewers, now as the war in West Asia continues to snowball, we're getting you minute-to-minute updates into what's happening next. A school in Azerbaijan has been hit. We're getting you all the details of the casualties and those injured coming up right after this short commercial break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट.
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान.
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट.
अरे टेंशन किस बात की? सेंचुरी प्रोवुड का प्रीमियम प्लस है ना. लो एमिशन है, हाई डेंसिटी है, वाटर रेजिस्टेंट भी, टर्माइट एंड बोरो रेजिस्टेंट भी है. यानी ये है जहां नो टेंशन वहां.
प्रीमियम प्लस बाय सेंचुरी प्रोवुड.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ.
8 मिनट में तैयार.
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ.
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट. ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े.
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े.
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट.
अरे टेंशन किस बात की? सेंचुरी प्रोवुड का प्रीमियम प्लस है ना, लो एमिशन है, हाई डेंसिटी है, वाटर रेजिस्टेंट भी, टर्माइट एंड बोरो रेजिस्टेंट भी है। यानी ये है जहां नो टेंशन वहां।
प्रीमियम प्लस बाय सेंचुरी प्रोवुड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा राजा और प्योर मसाला। झुमका तेरा झुमका तेरा झुमका।
नॉट देयर, मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा।
तेरा झुमका।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से। MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
Viewers, as the tensions in West Asia continue to remain on a boil, we are now eyeing at another breaking development. Now, Azerbaijan's international airport was under attack, but the twist is the fact that Iran says it did not strike the airport at all. In fact, Iran has blamed Israel for attacking Azerbaijan's airport. In fact, the attack was so lethal, multiple drones rained down on the international airport, with some actually hitting the runway so hard that the asphalt surface was completely damaged and the airport has now been left dysfunctional. Take a look at this.
The war in West Asia is now widening. Azerbaijan says Iranian drones and missiles has struck the territory inside the Nakhchivan Autonomous Republic. The attack hit Nakhchivan International Airport, located barely 10 kilometers from the Iranian border. Videos show flames and thick black smoke rising near the terminal building as emergency crews rush to the site. According to Azerbaijani sources, one drone struck the airport terminal while others fell nearby, including in Sekharabad village. Azerbaijan's foreign ministry has strongly condemned the attack, saying the drones were launched from Iranian territory and calling it a violation of international law. Authorities said 2 civilians were injured, though local health officials have reported no fatalities so far. For now, Azerbaijan has announced that it is preparing response measures following the drone strikes. Azerbaijan has also summoned the Iranian ambassador, warning that it reserves the right to take appropriate response measures. As the Iran-Israel conflict intensifies, the strike in Azerbaijan raises fears that the war could drag more countries into the crisis.
We were shifting focus to another breaking development, tracking from the same area in Azerbaijan. Now an attack has been reported on a school in Azerbaijan. In fact, in the same area as the international airport, an Iranian drone struck near school building in Azerbaijan. And in the video, you can even hear children screaming moments after the impact hit the ground. Take a listen in to the ambience sound. Viewers, now shifting focus and tracking at what Europe is doing in the middle of this war that has broken out in West Asia. Now remember, Spain, which was earlier against this entire war and was looking to resolve it using dialogue, has now entered the war militarily. In fact, they have said that they're going to send in ships and other warships and military arsenal to protect European interests in the region. In fact, with special focus remaining on Cyprus, that actually houses multiple various facilities extremely important to the United Kingdom and especially to the Royal United Kingdom Air Force. Not just this, Greece, France and various other players have taken their stand on the war. Take a look at this.
The war in West Asia is now entering a new phase, and Europe is beginning to move military assets closer to the conflict zone. Spain, which had earlier called for diplomacy, is now preparing for a military deployment. The Spanish Defense Ministry says Madrid will send a naval frigate to Cyprus. The warship will join a French aircraft carrier group along with naval ships from Greece. The deployment will position European naval forces in the eastern Mediterranean. Just miles from the escalating conflict zone, Cyprus has now become a key strategic hub as Western allies position forces around the widening war. UK's Royal Air Force base on the island was attacked earlier. As the conflict deepens and military deployments increase, the West Asia war is now drawing more global powers closer to the front lines.
Viewers, now let's take a look at the top 10 defining visuals of this war, which has now entered its day 6. Now on your screens is the first visual, which is from Azerbaijan, the same place that we were talking about. A school was hit, an international airport was also hit. In fact, the runway was hit so bad that it's left dysfunctional for now. This is an Iranian drone which fell and was intercepted right when it met the ground.
Well, in fact, this is the F-35 that has been shot down by an Iranian fighter jet. In fact, this is a response that has come in from the IDF, which essentially indicates yet another time that an F-35 has been used to strike down an Iranian aircraft.
Viewers, now moving on to the third visual that we're tracking. This comes from Fujairah in the UAE. Now massive fire rages on at an oil depot. Now remember, whether it was Saudi Arabia, whether it was the UAE, Qatar, oil and energy has been at the center of this conflict, where various oil refineries have been knocked down by Iranian missiles. And this is just one example that comes from UAE.
Well, in fact, this comes in from Iran, where a massive US-Israeli airstrike has taken place. In fact, this is the 17th round of firing that has been done from the Israelis. In fact, they say that not just